See, did I turn my audio back on? Looks like I did. Got those on. I think I got everything set up properly. People will trickle in and start telling me, I'm sure. Control panel. Nobody there right now. I need to go over there, kill that stream. Oh, why is that showing up? Studio.youtube.com content live. I don't know why that one is showing up in my OBS. It's kind of weird. Looks right there. Whatever. And I bet if I sign in there, it's going to screw up like it did yesterday. I'm going to give this whole YouTube chat sign in thing on OBS one more try. I suspect it's going to fail again. Not sure what's causing that, but let's just try. Seems like it should pull my API and know little me. That should be enough for it. Weird. Oh, you're going to work today. Good job, YouTube. Good job. Now I don't have to have 3 different chat windows open trying to keep up with things. Well, originally I had thought that it was going to be starting in about an hour from now, 40 minutes actually. I thought they had said 1 Mountain Time on both days, but when I logged in to set the stream before I went to church, I noticed that the timer was set for about 35 minutes earlier. So they're saying that it's going to kick off in like 5 minutes, assuming what the timer is actually showing is correct. But I could have swore they weren't going to be kicking off until the top of the hour. So I didn't want the stream setting here. If it was running, of course, I don't want to miss it either. That's the big thing. So I figured I'd turn it on. If I'm early and I have to stream a half hour longer than I expected, big deal. If they don't get started until the top of the hour like I was thinking, then you guys will just have to keep me company until then. So, the honest answer to you is I don't know. Anytime between the next 5 and 35 minutes. Bad thing is, since they listed that they were going to be getting started about 35, 40 minutes early, I didn't get to have my lunch. And that's going to make for a very hangry Jace. So you guys are just going to have to tolerate me being in a bad mood with no food. I did get a chance to make a few modifications for the stream that I think are going to work really nicely today. Like one of the things I did is over here in the Strongman archive, I basically made two window shares to the exact same page, Strongman Archive. So what you're looking at, although it looks like one image, that was work by me. So I cropped it so that you could only see the places, the competitor, country, and the points. And then I cropped out all of day one results so that we could only see day two results here. And then I went pixel by pixel, trying to get it as perfect as I could, lined up so that the lines were together. And when I scroll on one page, it should move both of them simultaneously. I think I did a really good job. We'll know more as we have to scroll. But as it is, you can see that the top 11 spots. We'll have to scroll down this to see the bottom of the pack. And another reason I did that was to give you guys a slightly more zoomed in view to read it a little better. Um, but I think it came out rather nicely. The second modification I made is I completely changed the way that the slideshows were working, and I'll have to change it. I'll have to mess with my configurations as we go through the day. But the end result should be that the only slides that you will see will be the slides of the current event. So when squat's happening, you won't have to watch all the other stuff. You should just see screenshots from the squat. And when the power medley's happening, that's what you should see, and so on and so forth. It'll require a little bit of added work on my end, but I've got most of the stuff preset up. I think it will make for a more enjoyable viewing experience for you guys, and hopefully I'm right. And hopefully you appreciate all the hard work. All right, so the reason that Hooper got more points on the keg toss than the others is because he was able to get that same height that they got, but he got it on his first keg instead of the second keg or the third keg. So it was it was I guess the way that works is height is the first criteria, and then how many attempts did it take you to get that height. So had two or three guys all gotten that same 25-foot height on the first keg, then they would have split the points. Like you had multiple guys get it on the second keg, so they had to split those points. You had multiple guys get on the third keg, they had to split those points. So the point split isn't just by height, it's by height first criteria and then the attempt. Um, Once we get enough people filed in here, I may try to sneak away before the action gets going and get myself a little bit of grub here because I am legitimately hungry. And you know, a guy like me without food is just fishing for being in a bad mood all day. I want to wait until we get enough people in here that you guys can have stuff to argue about first, uh, and start keeping each other company in the chat before I excuse myself. Otherwise, you're gonna have a bunch of people wandering in here and think that the host is gone and that there is no stream and blah blah blah. So I'll try to be patient for a few minutes, and then I'll give you guys a topic to argue about. I'll throw up a poll, and you guys can discuss it and feud. But when you feud, I want to come back and I want to see blood on the pavement. I want to see some good chair shots, a couple suicide dives off the top of the cage, something. Oh, I plan on eating on stream, but I have to go out there to make myself something. Are you or were you involved in any strength related competition? I may have been. It's kind of weird. Every time we do one of these uh streams, I constantly talk about how I don't want to talk about myself or what I have done, or because too many people, I feel like they put these streams up and it's a platform for them to brag about, 4 touchdowns in a high school football game, Al Bundy style, or or, or just do. I don't care. I come here because I want to be a fan of these guys. So it doesn't matter what I have done. I'm a nobody, and I enjoy the sport of strongman, and that's all that matters. Church was great. I wouldn't say that he stunk. He did pretty well considering what he's coming back from. But you probably know, in case you didn't know though, he had a pec tear a little over a year ago, doing bench press in a competition when he was saying, "Hey, I'm done with strongman and I'm going to become a power lifter full time." And that lasted one competition, and he got hurt in it, tore the pec off the bone in his chest, and so his pressing power hasn't really come back yet. So going into the event, he knew that he was going to struggle in those areas. Who do I have for squats? Probably Lucas Hatton, Mitchell Hooper, or Thor. One of those three. It's tough to say, really, because um, people make fun of me for this, but I actually squat in a Smith machine a lot. Um, if if I don't have spotters around that I trust at the gym, and if I am going heavy, I don't really like to go squat even with spotters. To be honest, I'm getting older, and I'm always afraid something's going to happen. So I like to squat in the Smith machine. A lot of times people make fun of me, uh, but I'm like, okay, well, I'll take my 600-pound squat in the Smith machine over your 225 unassisted, no equipment. So just hush. But regardless, the point is they do change and they do feel drastically different too. One of the things I have noticed is that when I just use the Smith machine exclusively for a few months, and then I decide, well, I need to go back and do some parallel squats with no equipment, to get the field, see where I'm at. I've noticed that I tip. I have to really struggle not to fall forward. And a lot of that is due to the many surgeries I've had on my foot and other things. But it does mess with your balance. It does mess with your posture. There's a lot of things like that. And so the reverse of that is true too. When you change from one, if you go from no equipment to equipment, the equipment's going to feel a little bit different. And changing from equipment type to equipment type is different. So for these guys that have not been squatting on machines or just been doing parallel, they'll have plenty of strength, but it's going to take them a little bit of time to feel that machine out. They did get to play around with the equipment. I'm sure they didn't do the weight that's going to be in the competition on it, but bottom line is, I'm rambling just to tell you that the videos that you have seen the competitors put out of the squats that they're doing in the gym, that will transition to this event. Unequivocally, it does matter and it will transition. But I don't think it tells the full story. So we'll have to see how they do with the equipment. I'm going to step away and get myself a little grub, and I'll be right back. You guys fight amongst yourselves. Let me put up a poll real quick. Um, so Okay, so I was asked who I thought. I said, hey, it's gonna be one of the three guys that you see in the poll. So I'll put those up there. But that doesn't mean that you guys agree. You could definitely think it's gonna be someone else. And if you have other, then tell who you think other is in the chat. And then the thing to fight about while I'm gone. Let's see. Um, Here's a topic for you guys to fight about. While I'm gone, you guys really get really rough and ready and be mean to each other, arguing about whether or not uh how do I say it? How do I phrase it so it doesn't sound stupid? Whether or not um stone atlas stones at the end of every competition is a good thing or a bad thing, and about the fact that they're not doing it here. Do you think that's good or bad? And then the third thing component of this is, when the Atlas Stones are the completion of everyone, how do you feel about how they do ties and countbacks and all that? So that should be plenty to get you guys cussing each other out. I'll be back in a moment. Stop it, guys. Come here. Tucker's harness is by the chair. Tucker's harness is by the lazy boy. Go ahead. Go ahead. Tucker's harness is by the chair. By the lazy boy. Hurry up, Tucker's on the outside step. I'm back. Pet duty called, so I'm gonna send my brother after some grub for me. I'll see what you guys had to say in a second here. Uh, let's see. Send him some money so he can get me something to eat. All right, cool. Now let's see what you guys had to say here. Scrolling up, scrolling up. Well, I guess I also need to end that poll. It's been going a while. So it looks like to a 70% margin, you guys thought that Thor was going to win it. That's pretty convincingly in hand. About a fourth of you think that Mitchell Hooper's going to do it. Nobody thinks that Lucas Hatton is going to do it. 2% of you went with someone else. Okay, so I scroll back up here. Uh, uh, don't let those cats in here. I already told you what I want.
I would have figured maybe seeing the logo chicken sandwich.
I told you what I want.
Which was?
I want two of the burgers and a Route 44 drink.
Okay.
No, I don't know if we can say that Mitch doesn't go for event wins, considering just in the last competition, he won almost every event there was, and set like 3 or 4 world records in the competition. So can't really say that Mitch doesn't go for wins. I think it would be more applicable to say that he doesn't have to have wins. Like he doesn't have events where he's stellar at, so he needs to pick max points up to make up for some weak areas. The point is he doesn't really have any weak areas. So um, let's see here. Does first place from last event go last in the next event, or is it first place overall? So it goes from the previous event. So if you do well in the event, then it sets the stage for the next event. 800 pounds. Don't know how well they zeroed it in on. Heard it was around 800, but again, it's not gonna be real weight or real force. It's gonna be strange. Um, I'd expect it to feel anywhere between 700 to 840, depending upon who's under it and just how natural it feels to them. Oh, Kevin Velocity is good. Okay, let's think about that. Um, I think I'm caught up. Oh boy, that just jumped. Maybe I'm not. What the heck just happened there? Where's Linus Tech Tips? Probably out there ripping people off on some tech stuff and telling them that, this product that he has invested in, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, that he's not going to tell you about, that it's somehow vastly superior to this product that he has no investment in and other things like that. Yeah. But hey, you can't hate the guy too much. Again, all is forgiven if he gives me some cash or hooks me up with something. Da, 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 da. I guess I'm caught up. All right. So, was there any bloodshed while I was gone? Anything go? Like, did anyone get threatened to be thrown out of the chat? Any human trafficking or anything at all that I need to be aware of that took place while I was away? Ah, my eye is already being a jerk today. Already. I hope it doesn't bother you guys too much to see me picking at it and doesn't like gross you out overly. I can't do anything about it, so believe me, I'd make it stop if I could. Well, if my skin is green, it's probably the green screen behind me and the light reflecting off of it. That would be my guess. It could also just due to the fact that I've got like quite a bit of Hulk in my genetics, and you know, my father was half Hulk, my mother was a quarter Hulk, so that's part of it. I actually was going to wear my Hulk compression outfit that I have, and then I realized, oh yeah, with the green screen, I would be invisible, and you'd basically just see my head floating in the chair, which almost made me want to do it more. But boom, 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 boom. Was that like on YouTube that they were having like a pre-event, or uh, like do you mean like today, or are we doing something? Because like, okay, so it's not on the paid stream then. Okay, just regular, good old YouTube. I'm just trying to confirm that I'm not having problems with my stream and that there's not content coming through that I'm missing, because if so, that's going to make the live stream pretty dull. All right, cool. I'm I'm really waiting for Simon Dean to show up because he told me that Ivar's was going to be in, like, I think he said the top five, maybe he said seven, I don't remember, but I was like, okay, Ivar's is not finishing up there, and if he does, I have to buy him a an orange juice. I feel like I'm not gonna have to buy any orange juice for Simon Dean, but I want him to get here so that I can rub it in because it's fun to do. Or, if Ivar's just does something spectacular and then does it, then he should have the right to heckle me, at least to some extent. If he gets overboard, then I'll just use the boot. You're not welcome here anymore. Uh, yeah, anyway. Where is Mr. Simon Dean? there's really no way to answer your question, El Prescat. So 800 pounds is 800 pounds. I mean, gravity is gravity, right? But when you're not using the machine, you don't have to stabilize it. So your stabilizer muscles don't really come into play. It's not going to impact your balance. Um, there are some people that actually squat. It's rare. It is rare. But there are some people I've seen actually do less in the machines because they have a very unorthodox, read poor posture and technique in their normal squat. So they can't stay locked into that position and it freezes them up. So again, it's a variable. And it's a variable that would impact their training, whether or not they're doing stuff like that. So let's see here. I need to go over here to YouTube and see if I'm missing some good videos. I guess they ended it 44 seconds ago. So I can't watch any of it live. I have to hear it after the fact. I might be able to throw that up over there. If I can get to Brian talking.
You know, the guys when they're celebrating.
Let me try something here. I think we can do this on YouTube because it's a YouTube Commons license. Give me a second here. Give me a second here. Let's go new window capture. Let's say Brian Shaw. Words. We got a few minutes before they kick off doing some squats anyway, so this should be fine. Then we want that there. Yeah. Don't you guys love watching me design this on the fly? I know it looks so janky. But that's what happens, you know? That's what happens. When you get to see this stuff be done. It's close enough. Close enough. I guess I need to add the audio. Well, actually, you can hear it through the mic. You guys told me that yesterday.
Big list. It was awesome, man.
Laws, what stuck out to you as a big moment on day number one?
There were so many big moments. I mean, some of the lifts that we saw, Hafthor's world record in the throw was unbelievable. But again, I've got to kind of reiterate what Brian said there. The reactions from the crowd. I mean, when Maxime Boudreau almost looked like he was passing out, he pulled himself together and went on and lifted the following object, and the crowd erupted. I just felt the goosebumps. It was an amazing experience.
Terry, as a former competitor in this event, what are the guys feeling right now? What are their bodies like going into day number two?
I mean, they're going to be very, very sore at this point. Obviously, yesterday was a tough day, but also, you know, the guys went out hard, you know, on all the events. They deadlifted it on the absolute limit of what they're capable of. You know, the same with the keg toss. They went to the absolute limit.
How far into this thing did it take to Brian to start getting emotional? I want to skip in and see some 500-pound tears. Right away, huh? All right, we'll go back then.
Limit. The stones were insanely heavy as well. So
almost as close to the
everything's
end.
been sort of maximal effort, and obviously they're going to be feeling.
It's not bad enough that we've got one circus dumbbell. Now Brian said, you know what, we got
Was
one.
it after
Why don't we
this?
make a medley out of it and bring a whole bunch of it? Because you remember back in the day, it was just the one, how many you could pick up and go with.
Yeah.
Brian's got a couple of them now to go with.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a fantastic event. And obviously, at that stage, the thing is with dumbbells, it's a very technical event. So obviously, the more fatigued the guys are, it's going to be more crucial for them to get that technique nailed and really sort of make sure that every lift can. I don't know. I need a little bit of a break.
We'll give you a week. We'll give you a week.
Well, yeah.
Lawrence, he's too humble to say it, but Brian has quickly turned this Shaw Classic Strongest Man on Earth into one of the premier events that is on the Strongman calendar. What, in your mind, as an athlete, makes it so special?
Firstly, you know, when you talk to all the athletes backstage, the way they're treated
Yeah,
firstly
I was
comes
gonna
to
say.
mind. You know, every single athlete just has good things to say about Brian and Kerry. The way they're picked up from the airport, the hotels,
Yeah.
the hospitality is fantastic. But then the effort that's put into the equipment, the thought process that goes into the whole show, and then look at this crowd that we're going to have. You know, that this for us is huge. The three of us here have all competed, 20 years ago in a car park in front of nobody.
Oh yeah.
Now these guys get to compete in these arenas with genuine fans that are putting their money into the sport, allowing some of these athletes to do this as a full-time job now. It's come so far, and I know Brian just wants to keep making things bigger and
Yeah.
better. We all love that. All the athletes appreciate it. The fans, we're getting more and more fans into the sport. I hope it continues to grow and just get bigger and better.
And Terry, I'll let you the final thought on that. The future of the Shaw Classic and Strongest Man on Earth, obviously the trajectory, the way it's going. In 5 years, I always tease him he's going to have to find a bigger arena because the way it is.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I mean, me and Brian have obviously been friends a long time. We've spoken so many times about what way you would test the strongest man on earth, and it's sort of, they should add more events. Should it be sort of none of the group stages, things like that? A real test and picking events where everything is covered and everything's tested. So that way that you can't hide, you can't sort of be lucky with the selection of events. This is really what it is. At the end of the day, we've got 8 events. They're all really tough. There's no way you can get away with having a weakness or a chink in your armor. And I think that Brian's done an amazing job of not only putting on the event, but also putting on a competition that's really going to bring the best out of the guys and show who the strongest man on earth is.
Well, before we say goodbye here in our pre-show, we want to thank Brian again for putting this on, bringing everyone together, all the athletes from around the world, quite literally around the world. These two gentlemen will be flying back to our home across the pond on Monday, and everyone will head back away, and then we'll start thinking about 2025. So as we get ready to wrap things up, we want to remind you one more time, it's ppb.
So that little stuff there was the thing. I don't know if that was tears, but I was expecting him to be a 400-pound marshmallow or puddle, but anyway, okay, so we'll go ahead and remove that from the stream now. Dun 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 dun. Super creatine, yes. All of these peptides that are available nowadays, they're way more beneficial, in my estimation, than most of the actual performance enhancing drugs. These peptides are crazy. It's Diet Dr. Thunder, okay? We're all about the generics here. You think I'm too proud to be drinking some generic soda? You're crazy. A lot of people are embarrassed by that stuff. Not this guy. I'm not spending more than I have to on anything. Well, I don't know if I'd say he has the moment. Again, it depends upon how you define it, right? Uh, Here's what I would say. Can't okay. Your question, Timothy, is a little bit. The answer is yes, right? Can Thor beat Mitch? Yes, he can beat Mitch. But I will say this: it's always to be the guy at the top of the scorecard than the guys chasing him. Whether you're in the second place, third place, whether you're half a point behind, 3 points behind, as is the case currently, or 12 points behind. I'd rather be the guy who's being chased than the chasees. That's for sure. While we're waiting, let's talk about the shock value that the event that took Tom Stoltman off of the podium was the Stones. We expect the Stones to be an event where Tom Stoltman gains ground on the leaderboard, right? It was the Stones that took him from being on the podium to now being down in first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth place. No, seventh place, right? Isn't he behind Evans too? Yeah, he's behind Thomas Evans. He's in seventh place. The Stones took Tom Stoltman from the podium to the middle of the pack. If that doesn't make you guys want to talk and debate within the chat, then it's very interesting. Looked like it was just a tacky issue. But I also thought he didn't do the right. He went out there and went immediately to the 600. So many of these guys do that, and I think the smart thing to do is even to test your tacky for no other reason. Go up there and lift the littlest stone just to put a point on the board so that you don't zero. Even if you are telling people that you're going to rep the 600-pound stone, you're not going to need to. One is going to be first or second place points probably. You've got time to lift it more than once if you go lift the little guy. So go pick up a free point there, and that'll also let you know how your tacky's performing. And you don't have to go there, fail, go to a lighter weight, fail, and then run into those problems. Go pick up the little stone that he doesn't need tacky for at all, and then run around and do that. Now back to the tacky. I think if these guys were really smart, they would go like years ago when these stones came out. No one used that stuff. It hadn't really been, something that had hit Strongman. Wasn't an invention that was stuck in anyone's bag. I think that they should train like they still don't have it. I think that's what they should do. Train without it. And then if you get into competition, you can use it. You're only going to benefit from it. But if you do all of your training without it, you're good. He didn't try. If I recall correctly, he didn't try the two lighter stones. He went from the 600 to the 550. Maybe he went from the 600 to the 500, but I think he went 550. Either way, he didn't go all the way down. He tried the 600. He tried the 600. He tried the 600. Wasted half of his time there. Maybe a little more than half of his time there. Had a teammate and buddy run out there and give him some tacky to tacky up. Went down. Still couldn't pick it up. And yeah, he gets 0 points. I will not be showing the competition. I will take screenshots of the competition and post them in that little window right there, but I will not be streaming the competition here. You can go to the website that's listed up there and purchase it, support the athletes who are competing. You will not be watching it live here, and I will not be helping anybody bootleg the content. To me, it's the same as stealing money right out of the athletes' pockets. I won't be doing that. If you don't have 25 bucks, then you can sit here and keep us company and enjoy our company, trash talk with us, and watch the results here. Enjoy the camaraderie, enjoy the screenshots that are posted. I don't believe it has started yet because yesterday the stream kicked off automatically. But if someone is watching it and theirs has started, let us know so that if it is going, I can hit F5 just to check. But I don't believe it has started yet. Just got to be patient. They'll get going. I don't imagine it'll be too much longer. I think they got started yesterday. Well, they started the stream actually, I think 2 minutes before they were supposed to. So that was kind of nice. But then the event didn't get started until about 7, 8 minutes after the hour. So they'll get going soon. Uh-oh. Owned You is trying to own people. Uh, if you've already taken his advice, I'll see you when you get back. If you haven't taken Owned You's advice and you're waiting or doing it now, then I guess I'll see you when you get back too. Otherwise, don't hit Alt F4. This was a good thing to trick people with in the 90s, and I'm sure it probably still works with some people today. Get back. But breaking up was easy in the 90s. Boom, 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 boom. Yes, now we're going to be telling people to delete C colon. I believe Ronnie Coleman is currently in fourth. It's on the chart right there. All you have to do is look at it. My bad. Coleman slipped to fifth. I remember PokerStars commentator used that joke once on live stream. The stream lost half of its viewers. The Alt F4 thing? Hoping Trey doesn't lose any ground. I actually had him in the top 5 or top 6 going into this. Part of it was wishful thinking on my part because I just like the guy a lot. Um, and you know, when he is in top form, I think he's one of the top 3 or 4 strongmen on planet Earth. I really think so. Um, Achilles injuries are bad in any sport. Didn't really know he was going to come back. It can be a career ender. Like not, I mean, it could be a career ender. But when I say career ender in this case, I don't mean end his career, but I mean totally change who you were from before injury to post injury. And that if you are a top 5 strongman after something like that, it could make you a 12, 13, 14 guy going forward. And I didn't want to see that happen. And so I was rooting for him, and I figured he'd be in the top 5 or top 6 when this competition was done. Plus, he's won this thing twice before, so it's nice to see him show out at a competition that he's pretty well owned. So I was rooting for him. He's doing well so far. I hope it continues. Flash, you will see the link right there. Should be last event. Yep. Should be the order that they go out. And I guess my improvement here of splitting the thing and taking away yesterday's results kind of ruined the order that they're going out. So I'll just announce them when they go out there, and I'll tell you who's squatting for those of you who aren't watching along, and we'll do it that way. I'll just let you know. Harriet Badenhorst. I loved Harriet Badenhorst. That was one of my boys back in the day. I used to always cheer for Harriet. You know what? I'm just going to say the unpopular thing. It doesn't bother me to wait. I'm more patient than most people. But I hope they take all the time they want setting this up, as long as they make sure that when we start, the equipment is working properly, it's lined up there, that things aren't misaligned. We don't need another overhead medley on our hands today. We don't need axles in the wrong order and stuff like that. So, if it means us waiting a little bit longer for them to do their due diligence, make sure the equipment is functioning properly, that it's set up great, that no athletes are going to be screwed over, I say take your time, guys. We'll sit here and talk and keep each other company. 69% off with Jace Love. Is this a gender specific code? I'm just curious. We're going to start downgrading into 9th and 10th grade humor real fast. Where is my brother with my food? I sent this schmuck out to get me something to eat. Where's my food at? Someone just sent me a text message that says, I saw the resume you sent over. Can I call you? I haven't sent anyone a resume. I wonder if it's a legitimate message. What do you guys think? I should stick my deadlift record on my resume. I should do that. On my CV for you people in other places and who are a lot more prim and proper than the rest of us. I don't want to talk about my stuff. 640. Now, you guys can tell the other 9 or 12 people who asked throughout the day. I'm not gonna say it again. That's the one and only time I'm saying it today. 640 pounds. 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 No, not in a suit. I did have straps. You will walk on the keyboard and turn the stream off. Sorry. Sorry. No kitty cats in here. Yeah, I don't want them in here because they will definitely turn the stream off. Although if anyone wants a kitten, I have 4 of them that need homes. So if you want to make a trip to Southeast Missouri and have lunch with the Jace man, the big celebrity that I am, uh, feel free to come meet me and take home a kitty cat. 2 of them have orange. They're orange and gray and white and black. They're interesting looking. Oh yeah, but their pattern is one of them's kind of cute. The other one I don't know. Ah, my food.
Took them a while to bring it out.
Thank you.
And I would get them.
So my health has really prevented me from following much of any kind of quote unquote routine because haven't been working out all that much. Um, when I am working out, I kind of just make it up as I go. I'll do 3 or 4 months of something, and then I'll change it up for another 3 or 4 months. Um, but for most of my adult life, I kind of just go like I kind of like go upper body one day, lower body the next. Upper body one day, lower body the next. And I'll do all 7 days like that. Although, seventh day, Sunday, I usually go in and I just do a circuit workout. Light, try to get the blood pumping, and I just go from machine to machine to machine to machine, or go free weight, different things. Not trying to lift heavy, not trying to do my normal training. Um, it's my turn strength into pretend cardio day. All right, so you guys get to watch me eat. I'll probably smack in. You'll be hearing it through the microphone, I'm guessing. And all I can say is, I'm sorry, but not sorry enough not to eat. Well, I refreshed. So either Romo Bromo is trolling us, or they're lucky and they must have won the raffle, and the raffle was for the stream. If you're going to troll people on YouTube, I think you're obligated to put something like VIP Joe Rogan into the chat or something, because like every chat room I go to says rest in peace Joe Rogan about 7,000 times. Who is Appalachian Outlaw talking to? Yep, we watch spreadsheets for World's Strongest Man here. If I get my health in order, I plan to stream. I plan to do streams or watch alongs for the 4 big events and maybe a few others. But I would like to do World's Strongest Man on Earth, Arnold, and Rogue, maybe a few other contests of the year. But I do want to cover those 4 if I get my health in order. And I also want to start putting more content on the channel. Do biographies like we did for the Brian Shaw. I really want to get a Zadrunas one up soon. I want to get a Kazmaier one up soon because you guys know how I feel about him. I want to start producing more content, but I have to feel good, and I just don't. You want some of this bun? You want that? Take it, Caesar. You're a good boy. Here comes the stream. T-Rex Evan Singleton. We are live. It's time.
62 inches, 326 pounds, the large Latvian Avars Schmuckstellis.
Laws, he's the elder statesman now. He's been coming here for 5 years, and he has got the experience.
He's got experience, yeah. He's the oldest athlete, but he's a warrior, and he's got a couple of very good events. They look out for him on the squat and on that final event, the eagle finger into the power stairs. World's strongest man.
The big man from Inverness, and we've talked about this. We're all kind of shocked where he sits right now, currently in 7th place.
Tom's coming for redemption today. He did it last year. He can do it again. He can battle his way back into this. 2022, America's strong.
WCW. Okay. It's time for a poll.
he kicked the referee up out there. He was so happy you got him. They're the 16th strongest men in the world. They've got 4 events to go today before one of them will be crowned the 2024 Star Classic Strongest Man on Earth champion. Nation with the color guard and the plane of the national anthem.
NWO better win this. WCW took an early lead, much to the surprise of me. Although most of us are old people who remember everyone else has no idea what we're talking about, so they just went with yes. They're old 90s wrestling references. Did anybody come to see WCW? Or is everyone here to see the NWO? All right, so 61% of the people provided the correct answer. 38% of the people were unaware of the Monday Night Wars and don't like professional wrestling.
Yeah. For the land of the free and the heart that breaks.
Lift steel. That's the strongman equivalent to play ball. Which event did Eddie Williams recently sing at? There was some strongman competition recently where Eddie Williams sang. I can't remember which one it was. Was it the Strongman Classic? World's Strongest Man? I don't remember. Probably wasn't World's Strongest Man. We wouldn't have known because we couldn't have seen it because they don't let us see anything. Yes. I think I can accommodate you. That'll give me a chance to test what I did for the slideshows I said I improved earlier. So let's do that. Let's do this. Hide the strongman there. I should go to the results. Let's see. Make sure those are looping. They are. Okay, great. Now, if you can see them, I don't know if you can see them or not, but the results for the events that happened so far are here, as well as the overall. Looks like my improved screenshot are going to work. I'll let that run for a second, and then I'll put the title graphic back up there. All right, time for me to put that there. And I'll start doing some screenshots of the squat momentarily.
Really tell how the day's going to fold out because if Hawthorne wants to get ahead of Hooper, he's got to beat him here, and he really needs some of these other good squatters to get between him and Mitch because he's got to make it 3 points today somewhere.
And Moth, we were talking about this earlier about how Mitch has not been the most dominant athlete, but he's been the most consistent athlete.
Yeah, I mean, we've only had 2 athletes win events. Hafthor's won 3 of them. Mitch has only won 1, but Mitch has consistently scored well in every event, and that's what he does so well. It's why he's been on the podium in so many comps and won so many in what's been.
Are you guys fans of JCVD, Jean-Claude Van Damme, and the good old classic Bloodsport? Because the image of Thor over here, right? I can't see because I cut the cropped my webcam off. But anyway, the image of Thor there doing this kind of reminds me of JCVD when he starts letting that Frenchman kick him. He's doing those savate kicks to the sides, you know. Then he starts like, okay, now my turn. Now I get to kick you in the sides. Okay, anyway. Poke the moose in the nipple. You like that statue? There's nothing to fill you in on. Both burgers were pretty decent for trash. But I'm not going to complain. Sonic's got that $1.99 menu now with those burgers on it. And considering, you know, a small french fry costs about $700 now in most places, you know, I'll take a couple burgers at $2 a piece. Speaking of Jean-Claude Van Damme, any of you guys get to see the 90s movie, his debut, where he played a Russian? No Retreat, No Surrender? Anyone other than me seen No Retreat, No Surrender? So, it is you, the son, is it not? Yes, but this time it'll be different. Russian. It's a fantastic movie. And RJ calls the title character in the movie Jason, he calls him Jace. You guys didn't know that I was in that movie. Jace! No retreat! No surrender! It's good theater. I'm not sure how many Oscars were won in that movie, but it had to have been at least 30 or 40. Bum, 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 bum.
Going off. I think the machine or equipment that Brian and his team built is sick. I'm super stoked and excited to try it. I like heavy squats for reps. You know, it's been going really well for me in training.
I'm really happy about the squat. I rather squat over a deadlift any comp for sure. It's gonna be fun because a lot of people are good deadlifters and squat is on a back burner, and that's how I train my deadlift is by squatting. So it's gonna be a really big game.
The event I'm least looking forward to, probably the squat, because I'm a big 6'8" lanky boy, but we'll soon find out.
It's not comfortable. Squat per reps is very, very uncomfortable. And at this stage in the show, with 3 events left after this, I think you really have to start thinking about how hard do you want to push for points? Because if you squat for reps to an absolute maximum, have fun with the power stairs, have fun at getting explosion out of your legs from the dumbbell medley.
You know, we often train squats at a different capacity, right? Where we're training squats to get better at deadlifting or get better at yoke or different kind of carries. But this year, we're going to find out who the best squatter is.
All right, so a few of you have seen No Retreat, No Surrender. That tells me that I'm not the only old head here. It also tells me that some of you have as bad of taste in movies as I do, so that's good to know. I'm going to name an even more unknown movie and see if anyone's seen that. VH1 made a movie in the 90s making fun of the 80s and doing a bunch of different spoofs of 80s movies called Totally Awesome. Has anyone other than me seen the movie Totally Awesome? Novikov has not withdrawn, by the way, because he's coming out first, just like he was supposed to.
Amount of weight putting on those scales where his feet are.
0 reps for Alexi. All right. 0 reps for Alexi. It looks like he borrowed Pavlo's shoes, and they did not help him. It doesn't look level. Okay, there, they fixed it. Well, now it still doesn't look level. Yeah, it doesn't look level. Okay, they fixed it. It had like this lean to it. Maybe I was the only one that noticed that or whatever, but like I was thinking, well, I wouldn't want to be the next guy going. They can use knee wraps, but they're not allowed to wrap them overly tight. Now, the way that works is I don't think anyone's testing it. Anyway, yeah, they can use knee wraps, but they're not allowed to put the wraps on when they go out to the floor. The wraps have to already be applied when they go out there. So I guess the thinking goes, if you wrap them too tightly and you're in the back, you're probably going to start losing circulation and you're not going to perform well, blah, blah, blah. So, yeah, they can use wraps, but I'd say they probably want to wrap not overly tight. Up next is Maxime Boudreau. Maxime! So it looked like nobody had seen Totally Awesome. The movie is totally awesome, just so you guys know. Good luck finding it. You won't find it anywhere. But it's awesome. Totally. 0 reps for Maxime. So in the pre-event interviews, we just heard Maxime say, I'm stoked about the squat. I'm very happy about that. I'd much rather squat any day over deadlift. And squat's how I train my deadlift anyway. And then he comes out there and gets 0. So this seems like a good time to revisit yesterday's point of contentious debate among the crew and ask again, yes, we all want to see heavy competitions, but is it beneficial to the sport to have competitions that are so heavy that the athletes can't do them. Does that take the crowd out of the event or not? We talked about it yesterday. Talk about it again today. So we have 14 competitors to go. I will say that looking at where all the athletes were kind of like testing the equipment, it didn't look like they were actually making these guys go to a real good depth to me. I'm not gonna say it's some fake depth where you go to the gym and you see the 16-year-old kids in there putting 405 in the bar and then going down 6 inches and patting themselves on the back. They're going down, but I wouldn't exactly call it a super low depth that we're hitting here. They said parallel. I want to see the booties from the backside. I'm not sure. It's pretty close. It's pretty close. It's supposed to be parallel, but I'm not even sure they're going parallel. It's close. Handsome Pavlo, he confiscated his pink shoes from Alexei, and he is unable to squat it either. So he got his shoes back. That's the win. That's the win. Good news for Pavlo is he got his shoes back from Novikov. Bad news, he gets 0 reps. So we have 13 competitors to go, and we have done 0 reps so far. So we're 0 for 3. Totally awesome. I want to say that it came out in like 2001, but it was probably 2006. Oh, looky there. Owned use is 2000. He must have went and looked it up. It's a fantastic movie. I think it's hysterical, but it's hard as heck to find. Oh, screenshot. Well, you guys don't need to see screenshots of guys getting 0 reps. Thanks for the reminder, though. We have a rep. Wesley Derwinski was able to get a rep. And that's exactly where he'll be stopping. 1 rep for Wesley Derwinski. That should have showed that. Apparently it's going into that. Okay. Weird. I guess I'll have to modify that as I go. I'll have to redraw all of those. $368 is objectively heavy for not reps. 368 368 kilogram squat, 300 plus kilogram of any type of lift is objectively heavy. 660 plus pounds of weight in any lift isn't light, and you don't make fun of anybody for lifting it. I don't care whether it's a bench press, a squat, a deadlift, or sitting in the back of the truck as they drive around the block. It's still to be respected. All right. Here we go. No reps for Matthew Ragg. I guess we'll get the failure. We'll get the failure in there. So we have now had 5 competitors, and we have seen 1 rep. One rep is the current lead. Yep. I mean, it would have to be, right? If we've had 5 people go and we've had a grand total of 1 rep. One rep to rule them all. And in the contest, bind them. Bobby Thompson. Supposedly around 800 pounds. It's not exact because it's the machine. Somewhere around 800. We have a rep for Bobby Thompson. He has the share of the co-lead. Your new leader is Bobby Thompson with 2 reps. 3 reps for Bobby Thompson. He's smoking it. And you call that shattering. 4! This man is unstoppable. He's shaking his head no. He says, I'm not unstoppable. I'm stopping. 4 reps for Mr. Bobby Thompson. That would be your new leader, folks. And he's getting a standing ovation from the crowd. They were tired of watching nobody do anything. Well, he's getting a standing ovation from about 7 people. 7 people respect him. The other, several thousand people there are like, I do more than that when I warm up. Brian Shaw raised his hand in victory. A little premature there, Brian. Tom Stoltman is up next. I think we have to take his name away. You know, I anointed him Tom Stonesman yesterday, but after yesterday, I think we kind of have to take his name away from him. Now he just has to be Stoltman again. All right, Big Tommy. Tom gets none. 0 reps for Tom. This guy. I can't think of a clever name for him, and I don't want to be derogatory or rude. It's just not in my nature. Yeah, they're supposed to have the same angle. So they actually had an old school geometry protractor out there, one of the plastic ones. They were trying to get the guys to see if they were parallel, and they were all subject to the same measuring thing. Now, again, it's being done by humans, not machines. There's debate there. Plus, you can't set it any height. There's intervals in there, like an inch apart. Maybe you're in between those. So, in theory, it's fair, and they're all being asked to squat to the same depth level. But is it to a degree of scientific accuracy that they're all doing it? Probably not. It's time for Ivar Schmuckstellis. They said, don't touch the bar. And he said, okay, I will not touch the bar. Ivar's gets no reps. 0 reps for Ivar's. I'm starting to see a theme here. That Bobby Thompson thing is looking pretty good, right? At this point, 4 reps for Bobby Thompson feels like he deserves a trophy already. Da-na-na-na. It's time for a T-Rex. Now, he did pretty well at throwing a keg over a bar, you know, for a dinosaur with really short arms. You would think that he'd actually fare a little bit better at squatting than he would at throwing kegs, although he says he hates squatting, though he said he gained confidence after getting under this apparatus. But you wouldn't expect Evan Singleton to say anything else, really. It's time now. We go from the talking and the speculation to the work. Let's see what Evan can do. Come on, Evan. Get at least 2 reps. Or 0 reps. 0 reps for T-Rex. Zero reps for the dinosaur. So if my thinking is correct, we've had a total of 5 reps so far, right? 1 for Derwinski, 4 for Bobby Thompson. No one else has managed to get that thing off the bottom when they are there, right? Thomas Evans is up next. I'm going to say Thomas Evans does not get 0. He trains squat at the college when he's helping the guys all day long. This should be an event that he can do well on. Now, well at this point is actually getting 1 rep. That is doing well. And maybe he'll zero and I'll have to have a little egg on my face, but I just feel like he probably squats more than most of these guys. Most of these guys don't make squatting a fundamental part of their training. Thomas Evans does. So I'm going to say that Thomas Evans does not get a 0. And I'm wrong. He started moving and then he collapsed. I really thought he would get a rep or two. I really thought so. And it looks instead like he got an injury. So instead of proving me right that he'd be a better squatter than most of these guys because he trains it frequently, he gets injured. Although, he didn't get stuck at the bottom. He did move it a little bit. So technically that does make him better than most of these guys. Man, oh man, oh man. Bobby Thompson is in first place with 4. He would still be in first place if he only did 2. We have had 2 competitors successfully lift it. 1 rep and 4 reps. Next up, Lucas Hatton. Now, we all know the videos that Lucas was putting out of his squatting, the trash that he was talking. He had better not do 0. If Lucas Hatton does 0 with the videos that he's produced and the trash that he has talked about this event specifically, then it's going to be very humbling for him. Lucas Hatton cannot 0 this like everyone else. He gets 1. Makes it look relatively easily. He gets 2. He gets 3. His 3rd rep looks slightly easier than Bobby Thompson's 3rd rep. His 4th rep definitely looked easier than Bobby Thompson's 4th rep. He's going on. He gets 5. He is your new event leader. That's where he stops, 5. Lucas Hatton is your new squat leader at 5 reps. That would be one of the reasons why he was in my poll earlier, guys, asking you who wins the squat. That's one of the reasons he made my list of the 3 guys for you to choose from. Next up, Trey Mitchell. Come on, Big Trey. This may not feel very good with an Achilles. Depends on how he squats. If he's anything like me, this would hurt really bad. Really, 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 really bad. From all the surgery that I've had on that one foot, I've talked to you guys about in the past, my one foot doesn't move. And so squatting is an incredibly painful thing for me to do. Somehow I actually squat a lot of weight, but it hurts majorly. Come on, Big Trey. Come on, Big Trey. I'm rooting for you, big man. He's on the board. 1 rep for Trey Mitchell. I don't think he's going to get 2. That looked pretty tough. And he's going awfully slow. Yeah. So it'll be 1 rep for Trey Mitchell. One is fantastic points. That's the other element that I think we as fans don't really take into consideration of these really heavy events like this. We only care about ourselves. It's just about what for my entertainment, make me happy, do what I want to see you do. We don't take into account also that when these events are crazy heavy like this, it's just asking for injuries to happen. You're just begging for guys to get hurt. And it seems like we're not all that compassionate. We're like, who cares? This is for our enjoyment, our fun. So go out there and lift it heavier. Heavier! Heavier! More! And we also should maybe consider athlete safety a little bit. Up next, the Moose. Mitchell Hooper. He could do 2 reps and be in 3rd place right now. If 2 doesn't feel incredibly good, I'd stop there. Wow, he made 1 look crazy fast and easy. This doesn't look hard at all for Hooper. His 3 looked better than anyone else's first. His 4th rep looked better than everybody's first except for Hatton. There's 6. 7 reps. 8 reps. Oh my gosh. I thought he'd go a little more strategic than this. Wow. 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 What a performance. I don't want to hear any more talk now about Mitchell Hooper just being a strategist, just being a guy who tries to be consistent, doesn't go all out or try to win events, isn't statically strong like the. I don't want to hear any more about that. You can flush that conversation down the drain. I don't want to hear it anymore.
Nine repetitions for Mitchell Hooper.
Well, we said that 6 would be unbelievable.
I don't think that's a good argument, Dan. It's your opinion, so I'm not going to say you're wrong. But I don't think that one guy doing a stand-up performance means that's why you can't have weights. It's a competition of 16 men, not a competition of 2 or 3 men. If 75% of your athletes can't manage 1 rep in an event that's supposed to be 4 reps, I think it's worth evaluating it. Up next, Austin Andrade. None for Austin Andrade. That's a 0 for Austin Andrade. I counted 9 reps. They announced 9 reps. I was also doing screenshots. It's possible I missed one and they announced the wrong thing, but I counted 9. No, everyone is hating. He went to the same depth everyone else did. His squat looked fine. They were all measured yesterday, and all of these were preset, and all of the competitors were there when they got measured, which meant that they all saw where Mitchell was squatting to yesterday as well. And if it was cheap, one of the other 15 guys would have spoke up and said something. You can better believe it. A couple people in the comments are adamant that it's 10 reps for Hooper. I guess they're watching or not watching, and they say the Strongman Archive says 10, but I was watching and I counted 9. That's 1 rep for the mountain. That's 2 reps for the mountain. That's 3 reps for the mountain. That's 3 reps for the mountain. Thor is done at 3 reps. Nine, 5, 4, 3. That's still good enough for a 4th place finish. 3 reps is good for a 4th place finish. Yeah, I don't know what the thing is, like, only 3 reps. We're squatting 800 pounds. There is no only in there. It's like the discussion from yesterday. We expect these guys to not be human or I don't know. But it's like 3 reps with 800 pounds. That's incredibly impressive.
The winner of the monster squad, Mitchell Hooper. Buddy, when you got under there with 811 pounds, did you have any idea how many reps you were going to get?
I knew how much I could do on a barbell, and I knew that if you place your feet correctly, that machine is easier than a barbell squat. But there was some chatter before the competition started about who's the best squatter, and I think we put that to bed.
Oh! Well, this is what I love about you, Moose, because one of the things I've said, your power is tremendous, but you've always been such a cerebral competitor. Now, in your head, was there any thought, we just seen Lucas Hatton get 5 reps, were you thinking if I get 6, the worst I can do is 3rd place? Was there any strategy, or is your approach always, I'm going to max out, I'll figure out the next 3 events after?
I figured 6 would probably be good enough for at least 2nd, depending on what Thor did. And I was thinking, rep after rep, how far do I push it? Because then it's just whose endurance do you back more? And I back my engine over 8 events to push everyone else to their maximum. And just as an aside, 2 things. 1, so cool seeing all the Moose flags in here. It warms my heart. And a couple of years ago, I had no idea what I was capable of. And just having the opportunity to go toe-to-toe with a guy like Thor, who's one of the best strength athletes of all time, still in his comeback, is absolutely incredible. So I'm just soaking it all in.
Well, you said, I don't even need to win events. I'm just always consistent, but you're up here. This is your 2nd win. You got another chance. I know your wife and daughter are watching. What do you want to tell them, buddy?
Yeah, I love you guys. Glad I got some airtime on both days. That's what I'm here and doing well.
Well, Moose, go get some rest, buddy. Let him hear, ladies and gentlemen. Mitchell Hooper. Unbelievable.
Okay, so strategy-wise, was 9 reps a bad idea? I mean, he basically did almost twice as many as the 2nd place person. Is that going to cost him in the next events? Or is a man who used to run marathons just fine with the output of 9 reps? They are still saying 10 reps on Strongman Archive, but it was 9. It was 9. Maybe they got the points right if I sort them by points. Yeah, they got everybody else right, but they've got Mitchell wrong. Strongman Archives wants to give Mitch a bonus rep. Maybe he deserves a bonus rep for doing so many more than. But you could say that he did 11 reps, 12 reps, 50 reps, 1,000 reps. It doesn't matter. He did more than 5, so he wins the event. That's really all that matters on the chart that we're looking at. So we see that that's an event win for Mitchell Hooper with 9 reps. I don't care what Strongman Archive says. Second place for Lucas Hatton with 5 reps, giving him 15 points. Bobby Thompson came out there after a bunch of zeros and said, you know what, guys? This thing is liftable. And he managed 4 for a third place, 14 points. Nice points for Bobby Thompson. Hafthor Bjornsson, who our chat said was going to win the event. 70% of you said that Thor was going to win the event. He's going to take a 4th place finish here for 13 points. Big Tex, Trey Mitchell, and Wesley Derwinski, beer drinking Canadian, they're going to split a 5th place finish, giving them 11.5 points apiece. Everyone else is walking away with a squat lift of 0 points. 0. Goose egg. Nilch, nada, zip. So, if we look at the overall point standings, we see that Mitchell Hooper expands his lead over Hafthor Bjornsson now. He is in first place with 75 points. Hafthor Bjornsson is in second with 69 points. Trey Mitchell is in third place and on the podium. And so he moved up from 5th on the podium. 56.5 points. Lucas Hatton gets 48 points, or is at 48 now. I shouldn't say gets 48. He's at 48 points in 4th place. Austin Andrade is in 5th place. Basically, that means Trey Mitchell and Austin Andrade kind of switched places here. Bobby Thompson, 43.5. Evan Singleton, 41. Thomas Evans, 40. Wesley Derwinski, 35.5. Tom Stoltman, 33.5. And I guess you guys need me to scroll based on what I'm seeing in the stream. So Matthew Ragg, 27. Ivar Schmockstellis, 23. Tristan Hoth, 19. Pavlo Kordiaka, 16. Maxime Boudreau, 12. And at the bottom is Mr. Alexei Novikov with 11.5 points. I need to catch up on the chat and see what I have missed. So give me a moment to catch up with you guys. All right. Why did Thor only do 3? Because that's all he was capable of. He tried 4. It didn't go up. See, everyone read Chris Hyper's dad. Did he get injured? Thor gave up. The fight for first place over. Is Mitch on steroids? Him and 15 other guys in the competition are on steroids. If he was bouncing it, he would have been disqualified, David Fox, because there was a rule you could not show so much weight coming off of the support system going down. That's why they had those plates there calibrating to show how much shock absorption was being taken off at the bottom. And Brian publicly stated if that went too much, that they would be disqualified. As a matter of fact, they had a lighting system that was automated, so it's not humans. You guys can, blame human judging and talk about bias this and bias that, but it's all calibrated. It's all set up with AI, and there's a green light, a yellow light, and a red light. If he was bouncing and taking too much off of it, he would have red lighted. He would have been disqualified. It would not have counted. So you can make that claim, but the technology says you're wrong. The only it it was fine. In spite of the whining in the chat, it was fine. Uh, the only reason that most of you are saying that is because you go with the flow of what other people say, and once a narrative takes off, it's hard to stop it. The other thing is that most of Hooper's the camera angle for him was different. Most of the time, the camera was on Mitchell. It wasn't on a front view. Only a couple of his reps were front view. Most of them were the 3/4 side view. That's not where most of the guys were, unless the camera view is the same. It's not. So I had to go back, just rewind to get a shot of Thor front view low, Hooper front view low. The the images will be in there for you guys to judge in just a moment. But that camera view changes a lot. If you don't believe me, take a tripod to the gym with you tonight. Record yourself squatting. Put it in front of you. Put it to the side of you. Put it diagonal from you. Do the exact same squat. Go back and watch it. And you see if you look the same in all three, even if you perform it the same way. I challenge you. I think that's Evan Singleton's failure from earlier. That's not one of the things, so don't worry about that. So that was half Thor's depth up there just a second ago. Looked to me from the front slightly higher than parallel. Slightly, but right around that. It'll come when it comes. I didn't see it come through there. I did post it. I wonder if random is changing if they show up in the loop somewhere, or it could just pop up anywhere. There we go. That doesn't look any higher to me than that shot that we showed of Thor a moment ago. That was Hooper on the screen. Yes, it was. I took the screenshot. I think I know. That didn't look any higher to me than Thor's was. Okay, sure. Sure. You guys continue to debate it and argue about it in the chat, but look the same to me. Jace is a Hooper fan. Jace is also a fan of everybody not named Evan Singleton, basically. Every one of these competitions, you guys ask me who I'm rooting for, and I tell you every time I'm not rooting for any of these guys. I'm rooting for safety, and I'm rooting for good competition. I don't care who wins. I do have a soft spot for Trey Mitchell right now because I want him to come back after that injury. That's who I'd like to see win if I could have my druthers, but I don't really care. Thor got 3. He was never in WWE. He wrestled, but it wasn't in WWE. If he had gotten that high and the ability, I assume he'd still be doing that because you're going to make a whole lot more money over there doing that kind of stuff than you would picking up these heavy objects. I took the screenshot at the lowest point of the squat. It was on his last rep, but he hadn't lowered himself. That was the point of the pause. He had to go that low on each rep beforehand. You hit it and you go up. Well, you guys are going to have to make up your mind in what you're saying. If I got the only one that was there, then that makes the other argument that he was bouncing kind of null and void. Because if he was bouncing, he'd have to be at the lowest point to do that. You can't bounce when there's nothing to bounce off of. So if he's not going depth, and I showed the lowest one, how did he not go at least as low on the other ones where he was bouncing? I feel like your arguments kind of contradict each other. Correct. True. True. I'll say this. Here's what I'll say. Something I said earlier, so I'm rewinding. Yesterday, they all got measured. They all used the same thing, and they were all present when the competitors got measured. So let's just say, I'll play devil's advocate. We'll say Mitchell didn't go as deep as everybody else. He was 6 inches too high. He was 7, 10, 12 inches too high. He didn't go low. He's such a cheater and such a ripoff. Yet when he was measured there, yesterday 15 guys watched him get measured up and watched what his depth was going to be. If there was a problem with it, it was on those 15 guys to bring it to their attention yesterday, not today. If his competitors saw him get measured up, saw it, and didn't say a thing yesterday, I don't think you can complain about it on August 18th. Yeah, I don't know about you, Banana. I sure as heck would. If I'm competing against them, you better believe that I'm paying attention to that. 100% I would be paying attention to that. Call it the job of the organization, call it whatever. The point is, everyone checked it yesterday. If you're saying that, then essentially what you're doing is now you're accusing Brian Shaw and the events of being biased and making the entire event. Basically, what you're doing is you need to be careful. What you're doing is actually, in our country, it could be illegal. You're accusing someone of corruption. What is it when you defame someone? Yeah, essentially, you're accusing them of collusion and corruption. You're saying that they purposely got together and decided to taint the event for Mitchell Hooper. I don't know. I don't know. Boom, 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 boom. You know what I need to do? I need to go pee. Yeah, there's a difference between making mistakes and intentionally uh an intentional thing is not a mistake, right? There's a difference between making mistakes, making errors, and intentionally doing something. I just don't see. Maybe I think too highly of Brian Shaw. Maybe I shouldn't. I also have trouble understanding. I also have trouble understanding how anyone would benefit from it. But I'm gonna go pee. You guys continue to argue about it, and I'm gonna go pee. Bum 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 bum. Oh, I need to get the events up there. I screwed that up earlier. I have to change this zoom, or I can't get all 16 on there. What am I at here? 175%. Okay. Minus. I think I can get them all at this view. Yeah, that'll work. So I need to put that in the results folder. Um, hmm. Oh, I screwed that up. Dang it. Dang it. Okay, put that back to there. Looks good. I gotta open up that application. Designing images, or I guess image editing, not designing. Midstream is fun. Gotta get this in the results folder. Okay, so we need to grab the squat results there. There we go. And then we need to move that over to here. You guys listen to me talk to myself? I bet you do. I bet you love listening to me talk to myself. Results. Squat results. Squat results. I can't spell, apparently. Okay, back over here now. Back to here now. Scroll here. hide that. And then we need to reload our results. All right.
We got some air left in the gas. Guys finished it.
The power medley is probably going to be my biggest challenge of the weekend. Grip's not my strongest thing. I've been setting PRs in the gym. We're just going to see how it goes when we get out there.
It's cool event for me because I'm lean, I'm fast, I have good stamina, I have good grip. I will go with wheelbarrow slower. I will save a little bit more grip and energy for arm or arm.
Well, I'll be honest, I don't know what a hay baler is. I still have to go and take a look. I've never seen one before.
It's something different for the athlete too. It's not just 800 pounds. This is a tangible item that isn't meant to be moved by humans.
So there you go. It is a tangible item, no question about it. And Terry Hollins is probably not like. Put in the truck with nice round tires, or spin tires. They're not anywhere near as hard as tractor tires are. You've got to look at the treads on a tractor tire. It's basically like pulling a vehicle up the curb or up on the pavement. Every basically, tractor tires are not meant to move, and this is the way. It makes weight that it's going to be a lot tougher to move just because of the tires and the tread. Lexi Novikov faces off with Maxime Boudreau. Remember, it's all about time. We're just putting it in pairs to kind of expedite things just a little bit. But to Terry Holland's point, it is 835 pounds in hand that they will have to carry or push and feel their style, Terry, all the way down, not the complete length of the venue, but it's looking about what, like 20 yards ish. It's released that. And Maxime, he does really well.
Okay, so while you guys are still going on and on and on about that, we're getting ready to do another event. Maxime versus Alexi. Looks like Alexi is going to be toast.
Quick work.
So Maxime finished the wheelbarrow. Now he's pulling a tractor.
Yeah, I mean, it's really tough. It's just the wheelbarrow on its own would be a tough event. But doing the arm over arm as well is just crazy. Maxime's incredibly good at this sort of thing. So,
And Bellavo is cheering Maxime on. I don't know why she would root for him.
coming off that heavy wheelbarrow, flipped already be a little tax. And after about halfway through this rope, you tell his hands are gone. He's having to wrap it around his forearm. See you next.
I think he's about done here. Once it stops moving, it's hard to get it going again. You got to keep it moving once you got that going.
I think part of the problem is we've had Brian test this a bit.
Someone inside and they've got their foot on the brake, and that's what they're not telling them.
Testing it, and he's like, yeah, that's okay. You know, it's going to be tough for the guys to match what he can do, even though he's retired.
So Boudreau and Alexei Novikov will be put in with distance as neither of them finished the course. Alexei Boudreau had a much better performance.
All right. So, yeah, that's what they forgot to tell these guys, is that someone was inside their foot on the brake. As a matter of fact, that's probably how Mitchell's going to cheat in this event. And for everyone else, someone will be inside the tractor with the foot on the brake. When Mitchell gets up there, the guy will get out of the tractor. That's probably what's going to happen on this event. I wonder if Bromo Enook thinks that Hooper has been eating Mike O'Hearn quail eggs. I have this strange suspicion that he thinks that. All right. Someone has been put in timeout for spamming the chat over and over and over. Have to do anything. Uh-oh. I think it's just stopped.
Ropes back there. Seconds on the clock. You bring out the next two competitors, Piston Hope and Pablo Cordiaca will be in this carry. Now, Jerry, we were talking about Pablo Cordiaca. He's not the prototypical strongman with bulk and size. He's long and lean, but cardio probably should not be a problem.
I would expect him to do well at this. He does really well at moving events like this.
My dog is growling outside the door. I wonder if that means he's upset. Lay down, big guy. Lay down, big guy. Yes, I love you. I love you. It's a nice race. These two guys are neck and neck. Wow, photo finish. Oh, no. Handsome Pablo took the lead there at the end. I'm kind of upset because Pablo does not have pink shoes on. He still got some great socks, but not as glorious as socks from yesterday. Come on. Come on, guys. Pull that tractor. Pull that tractor. Pull the tractor. Pull the tractor. I wonder if anyone told these guys that it would be easier if they put fuel in the tank first and started the tractor and had someone take it out of park.
Obviously, at the beginning, Christian had a big pulse of 450 pounds. When he was giving it everything at the end to try and get it moving, he never quite got up to that. You could really see the fatigue from that pulse fight. Like starting to set in, you could see that he just could not put as much power through it right at the beginning of that event.
And Jerry, you might think right in the hand, looking at this, it's all upper body, but I'm guessing with that rope, when they're doing it, they're using a lot of the lower leg.
Absolutely. I mean, also your grip is your weak link. But you want to turn that thing into a leg press and get a good stroke and push all the way back, lean back. It's like a leg press in a row, all kind of put together.
The athletes talking about we were struggling with this one because their grip wasn't good. And you look at the grip on this, but you got 835 Terry in hand. That is ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, exactly that. And obviously with the pole as well, when you do the bench like that, they're still the forearms pumping up more and more and more. And probably once it's gone, it's gone. There's not really a lot to do. You can try wrapping it around like Pablo did and Tristan did. But once it's gone, it's gone.
Back anywhere trying to pull that again. So that is 9,100 pounds that they are pulling. And then pull about 25 feet. Don't get it out of yeah.
Like the devil disappointed looking at the bottle there. Yeah.
His hand failed him.
You'd like to there at some point. You're sort of looking down, going, "What?"
Migraine, and I don't like it.
So the next pairing making their way out. Matt Bragg there will be on the right side of the court, and Iris Marcellus will be on the left hand.
It's interesting. Do you really attack the wheelbarrow and go as fast as you can to give yourself as much time as possible on the arm over arm, or do you just back off just a tiny bit to try and save energy for that?
This is a tragedy. Tragedy averted.
Yeah.
You always gotta have like a 2 liter and then a 44-ounce drink on standby.
Get on to that track, that's what's good.
So here we go. Iris Marcellus gets a good start out of it, and then the 895 becomes 835. Excuse me, becomes a real thing. Oh. Matt Bragg. Nice pace going here. How about the Kiwi?
Really slow forward, but he's moving.
Crosses the line out. He takes a nice the rope carry.
You can't carry it if you don't pick it up. Ivar's had some bad strategy a couple times yesterday. I think he's got bad strategy again. He forgot that you actually have to lift it to push it. I do not have an updated leader list right now. I also am not doing any screenshots of this event because I'm a jerk. And I also got a migraine going on. I apologize. Oh, man, that's going to be in the wrong folder. I got to change my default folder here. Hold on, guys. Paths. Application settings. Paths. I'm making some stupid bonehead mistakes.
I think you really showed just how good Tristan and Maxine were, obviously, on that.
Yeah.
They were both putting big performances. Yeah. It's a really tough event.
So distance for Iris Marcellus on the initial wheelbarrow apparatus, 835 pounds. Get the distance on that. And Bragg makes it. Feet on the pole on the track.
Sorry, guys.
Leaders so far. So here you called it. He went about 2 or 3 feet farther than anyone else on the tractor pole.
Very good.
Sorry, guys. I messed up.
You know, he's a very good compare, and he's very good at this sort of event.
By Matt Bragg. He dropped it, but 2 or 3 feet into it, then the second pickup. I got this. Ivers advanced and cheered him on. It's his third attempt.
He almost did that first one where he took one maybe a couple of feet, and then the next one was a much better record. I'd love to know that second one.
Matt Bragg put his back into it, Jerry.
I need to go drag that one item into that folder.
Damn, great job.
Okay, I need to bring this out of here. I put that in the wrong folder because I'm an idiot. Yeah, I'm an idiot. American idiot. I totally can't see any of those. Okay, I mean, I move this one out to here. That goes into here. And then that goes into there. So it will be in the right folder. Maybe I'll stop screwing stuff up now.
It's taking it to the next level with all the data and all the technology they're bringing in.
For sure, yeah, and I think it's going to continue to get bigger and better. With more things are going to get added. Well, they've done that every year, raising the bar.
Tom Stoltman will be on the left side of your screen going against Thomas Evan. Maxime Boudreau has the
Loses his lead against Tom Stoltman. Stoltman finishes the wheelbarrow. And now he goes on into the tractor.
Then that's a big benefit, but obviously he's got to do less pulls because he's so much taller than some of the short guys could have.
It reminds me, you guys remember going back in the day of Magnus Stanley?
Yeah.
We remember how tall he was and how quick he moved his back and his hand.
There's no long leader.
Live force 402. Peak force 462. 8 pounds. 112 pounds. 349 pounds. 270, 253, 26, 41, 3. The live force meter is all over the place.
300. Never wants to get it done. Right now, Maxime Boudreau has 27 feet 2 inches. Stoltman needs these points in a big time way. Final 5 seconds.
And he is done. All right, let's get these updated.
It looks like it's going to go that way, where a lot of the guys are going to sort of struggle around that same distance. So you're the one that's lucky and gets that tiny bit more than everyone else. Give you a lot of points. You just get those extra couple balls, those extra beats, really going to make a difference.
Sorry, Jerry. So the folks watching at home want to get a friendly wagering with their neighbor. Do you think anyone gets the whole thing done?
I think we got a couple guys that are potentially things to.
If they don't, Terry Holland can volunteer to go down and do it himself.
You're joking. Me and Jerry can do it together. How about that? We can and themselves, yeah.
Tell you what, he looked like he might have got it done, but last 2 seconds, he just got gassed.
So, okay, here's the new question. Here's the new question.
Show everyone why he's been one of the best. Go out there and deliver some big performances on these last few events.
835. The machine weighs 3,500 pounds. The tractor total 9,100 pounds. I want to remind you, folks, this is just event number 6. These guys will get back absolutely gassed. Well, they should be. They've already done 6 events, with 2 more still to go. Coming up, we've got the Civil Dumbbell. That'll be next. And then it'll be power stairs to wrap things up. So, wow, that was a great one. Move on now to T-Rex and Austin Andrade. You got Evan Singleton and Austin Andrade competing head-to-head. We wait to find out if Tom Stoltman beat Max Boudreau's 27-2. We are getting word that Maxime has retained the lead. So 27-2, pulling on.
Tom did not best Maxime. The best distance so far is Maxime. Here's T-Rex. Looks like he's trying to smell what the Rock is cooking. And now he's doing a Hulk Hogan. What do I think? I think someone has to complete it. Someone's got to complete it. But for Tom Stoltman to struggle the way that he just did at it, it's going to be a monumental effort. And whoever wins it, or whoever completes it, they deserve it. Yep, this is Austin's first year as a pro. This time last year, he was competing in the Shaw Classic, aka the Open. That's why he's there. He won the amateur competition last year, so he earned an invite to the big show. Wow. They both made the wheelbarrow look simple, and I didn't get a screenshot again because I am just a terrible host. I keep screwing this up. I feel like I owe you guys 19 apologies. You're not going to get any of them from me, or maybe you'll give you 19 half apologies, but
Well, yeah. 463, Matt Peak force for Austin Andrade. Evan quite literally putting his back into it, trying to get that monster moving again. Still 25 seconds to go, so Austin Andrade, if he keeps this pace, guys, he's got.
come on! Come on! Pull, guys! Pull!
Yeah, one more big pull.
Final 5 seconds.
Get another foot! Or at least get another 3 inches. We talked yesterday about how important 3 inches can be. 3.6 inches. Even the 0.6 is important. That's what she said. Right? Someone was going to say it if I didn't say it.
We did this event. He was a little bit disappointed about the Strongman, was a bit frustrated. Obviously, come out and use that product. Then put in a massive performance.
Smash. Austin Andrade. I think he might be in first place. We're going to wait.
Andrade might be in first place.
First 10 feet, he was booking. There it is. Again, 835 pounds there, wheelbarrowing.
I love the story of sort of what Austin's been through, obviously. Last year, winning the amateurs, earned his place to be here. He earned his right to compete against the best guys in the world. And then he's turned up a year later and absolutely delivered against the highest elite level of offering there is. And yeah, I love that sort of, progression, seeing him getting better and better with every show that passes. And I think he's got a massive, massive future. He didn't leave any question that he shouldn't have been here this weekend. He proved his spot. Oh, yeah.
Now, the official word is Austin Andrade has now moved into first.
Austin Andrade is now your leader in the event. After pulling the tractor almost halfway.
He's also holding that same standard in the Open. Yeah. That way, whoever ends up there next year, they might know who. Yeah.
Wes Nowinski now out of Canada. And Trey Mitchell III, the American. Look at their apparatus again. The first thing up is Baylor, 835 pounds. They'll be in hand and then move on to arm over arm on the trackers, 1,100 feet. Mealtime, fine folks at Undefined Nutrition.
Achilles doesn't hurt too much in that position down there because that man is built to pull. He probably weighs almost as much as the tractor. But he can't pick up the wheelbarrow. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Derwinski's done with the baler.
One of his weak links.
Trey is screwed. He's got to get more than a foot with the baler. He's going to... Well, Trey Mitchell is falling off the podium. He moved the baler about an inch and a half. So that's not going to get it done. Come on, Wesley Derwinski. Come on, Derwinski. Derwinski's your new leader for sure.
Actually, Brisbane and now Wes as well. But they love doing heavy wheelbarrows back there. Yeah. They've got that one old wheelbarrow they do each forever. We'll put all those plates on it. And the crowd loves it. It's almost been like it become one of the historic street events up there. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I've used it myself a couple of times ago.
Derwinski has to be the new leader. I don't think anyone's tractor's been that far.
Like Mark to me, he did a really good effort. I mean, quite needed Andrade, but
I guess the announcers are saying I'm wrong. They still like Andrade, but looks like it looks further to me. But I could concede being wrong.
Great start for the Canadian.
Post-medley seems to really be running kind of do it. Like there's some great athletes coming to play.
It's beating them up there, Terry. Whatever it is, it's working. They've made their presence felt here in Colorado.
Well, I think he sort of goes with, you know, when the standard races with the Buffalo, everyone else follows. And I think that's the way it's sort of going with it. Obviously, probably.
I wonder if I asked, I'm surprised no one changed their answer since no one's gotten close yet. I think most people thought the answers were going to be Thor or Hooper, since they haven't gone yet. Maybe they still have the yes, but 125 votes, 71% think that someone's going to complete it. No one's gotten remotely close yet. Here comes Thor. Let's change the question. Let's change the question.
Actually, wait, really, prime years, he had a bit of a meltdown on the offense. I'm sure he's not going to win again, but you know, these are possible.
Getting good grip, good distance, and look at it, Bjornsson just flying through this course. That's what it is. Fast we took so far. Does it just got 10 seconds? Quick work of that. 2 seconds to get 9,100 pounds moving.
We're into the real test now. Already got out. 500 pounds on that first ball.
Thor is moving it better than anyone else so far. The tractor is moving. Hasn't come to a stop yet. It's been close a couple times. But he's getting it going right before it stops. That's good. You don't want it to stop. Now he's slowed down a lot. Bobby is catching up to him, but Ooh, he needs 2 more good pulls, probably. 20 seconds left. It's not happening. It's not happening. Maybe I'll be wrong. It's going to be close. It's right there. No, he's not going to get it. No. Not happening. But no doubt who your new leader is.
Probably putting a solid performance there as well. Close to a max defense. You can see just how much is taken out of them as well. Completely gags.
Outdoor. From here, he's definitely moved into first place.
Well, that's a good distance, especially for what we've seen. It's gonna be a good distance.
This is an event where I truly believe that Hooper's lack of mass is going to hurt him. His lack of height is going to hurt him. But he's such a good athlete. He's fast. He'll probably get on to the pool faster than most of the guys. So it's going to hurt him that he's not as massive as these guys are, not as tall, like as Thor, Stoltman, stuff like that. But on the other hand, again, he's so athletic and things. Most of the guys are going to be slow getting up there. I expect his reset to be quicker. I don't know what that will mean for the competition. We'll find out in a moment. But I don't think anyone's completing it.
Yeah, we're gonna see a great effort from Hooper. Actually, says, the real mountain. PRA is worried about his
For the Moose and Lucas Hatton.
I think since then he's just been on an absolute, destruction trial in every competition except for the short classic. And I think that night made a good.
I expect Hooper to be much faster with the baler. Lucas Hatton actually beat Hooper with the wheelbarrow portion. A little bit surprised by that. I don't like his strategy. I said that his reset would be fast, and that would save him to try to get back on the rope. Instead, he's trying to anchor in, and I think that's a problem for 2 reasons. Number 1, he doesn't have the mass that I just talked about. Number 2, he's allowing it to stop every time. You want to get that pulled and then immediately be back on the rope starting your next one. If you're sitting there and have to coil it around you, you're stopping every time, which means that tractor is coming from a dead stop every time, and that is a recipe for disaster. He's a lot further with it than I thought he would be. It's a lot further than I thought it would be. I personally think it was the wrong strategy, but I could be wrong. But I think it's good for a second place. So nobody finishes it. So if you said no, congratulations. I think that was a bad tactical decision, a rare bad tactical decision for Mitch. Based on as far as he was able to get it with that strategy, I think he would have completed it had he did what I thought he was going to do. Just way, way too slow trying to reset every time. You can't let that thing stop moving.
Hold the driver as soon as you hear that whistle, playing your foot on the brake. Afterwards out here, anticipating a possible winner's interview. Be really close. So while we're waiting, it's always a good time to talk to the mountain. So why don't we go down to Mount Iceland, who's with Outdoor Bjornsson, and find out his thoughts on what he saw from Mitch Hooper. Not the official winner yet. We'll get that in a moment.
Once again, Thor, another event. You're having a monster contest, my friend. But I want to bring something up. Before we started today, you had your family come over. Your wife came down with your little boy, and you told him you were going to be lifting, and you told him you needed to cheer. What's it like having your family, and especially the next generation of mountain, your little boy watching you compete?
You know what? This is the first time my son is watching me compete in a whole competition, international competition. So it means a lot to me. You know, I'm a family guy, and having my family here watching me, cheering me on, means everything to me, and I love them to death.
Well, you just continue to have monster performances. You're climbing the ranks here. We're waiting to get the official breakdown so we know all the standings. What do you have left in the tank, buddy? 2 more events. How you feel?
You know what? This morning when I woke up, usually after the first day, you wake up really, really sore. But for some reason, I woke up really good. I have a lot more to give, and I'm going to do my absolute best in the next 2 events. Mitch Hooper is looking incredible. That man is on a mission, and he's really hard to beat. But I'll give my absolute best.
Well, that sounds scary. Once again, you did it, buddy. Congrats on another event win. Ladies and gentlemen, the mountain. Have the Pearson.
So let's look at this one more time, guys. This was a stellar performance, Jerry.
Oh, that was a great performance.
Some words from Thor.
Jerry, it was impressive what Ben was able to do, though, and just keep that gap. Just some consistency. That's not. I mean, that's the song.
And we're still waiting for distances on basically 10 of the guys. I'll post the results up once we have some. Right now we're waiting. Still waiting. Still waiting. Tucker, what is your problem? He's old and he has a lot of allergies. His skin gets super bad. I got 2 dogs in here, but the cats are not allowed to be in here. He's not whining because I'm taking my foot and rubbing it on him. Come on. Give us the results. Give us the results. Or don't. Either way, you know, whatever. I need to pee again. Oh, I don't pee. You guys have been here before, right? I need to go tinkle. I'll be back. Come on, Tucker. Come here, pal. Tucker, come on. Come on, Tucker. Go on, go. Everybody out here. All right. All right, and now we have a pet-free room. Still no results. I wonder if I hit F5 if it will give me some differing results. Probably not. Looks like it did not. So we wait because waiting is a fun thing to do, right? Funny you should ask that question. Waiting on the results. I can't give you what I don't have. But funny you should ask that question about did I wash my hands. So when I was in the Army, and I was enlisting in the Army, it was at the Met Station in St. Louis. And I go into the latrine, and as I'm finishing, this This army captain finishes up at the urinal and starts to walk out the door. And the Marine captain says to him, "What, they don't teach you guys how to wash your hands in the Army?" And the Army captain looks at him and says, "No, in the Army, they teach us how to not piss on our hands." So anyway, I thought the Army officer won that exchange.
Let's get behind him. Let's see it. Yes. Come on. Go. Let's see number 3. Go. Here we go, brother. Let's see it. Come on, come on, come on. Pick it up. Pick it up. Good. Another one.
Oh, Miguel is here, and I forgot to add him to my chess.com account. What was it? Miguel _ what was it again? I need your help. I'll do it right now. And you can beat me at chess later. Drummond. Yeah, okay. I'll add you right now. Do you want to do a puzzle? No, thank you. Friends. Apparently, I have to call you a friend now. Miguel Drummond. Add. Request sent. All right. I have added Miguel Drummond to my chess.com account. I have an idea though, Miguel. Let's do an event. So what we'll do is we'll do a 3-event series on the YouTube channel. We'll play a game of chess. We'll have a deadlift competition. And we'll play a game of Tiddlywinks.
Good. Another one, good. Second. Gotta get one more. Good. Time. 6. The new leader. All right. Next up, we've got Mr. Eric Dawson, the kitchen monster. Kitchen monster coming to the stage.
That is an uncomfortable comment. Give this another refresh here. Still nothing, man. I mean, they can't measure them after the fact. They have to know the numbers. They had to know where the guys were before they sent the next guy out. So there's absolutely no reason for them not to have the numbers, to be honest. Or I can't think of a reason. Well, I guess, they haven't really announced them on the thing. And so I'm guessing the fine folks at Strongman Archives don't have anyone on site to tell them behind the scenes information, and they're probably waiting just like the rest of us are. Maybe. I don't know. I have no freaking clue. No hernias. No hernias. I'm not letting you come back in here. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna go make my brother take care of this dog. I'll be back again in a minute. Who do I see making the podium? Well, it's kind of hard not to see Hooper and Thor there, even though Thor's probably not going to love the dumbbell stuff. Trey Mitchell is going to get the worst score in the last event, or maybe it was Alexi. I'm not sure if Alexi moved it at all either. I think he did. I think Trey Mitchell is actually going to get the worst score in the last one. He's going to get like 1 point. So that's going to hurt him. Dumbbell, power stair. Man, I don't know. I guess I'm going to be a wimp. My original prediction's not going to work because obviously Tom Stoltman's not going to be a part of the podium party. So my original podium is screwed like everyone else's. Tom Stoltman is definitely a bracket buster. No one's podium pre-event is shaking out the way it's going to finish. Hooper and Thor are going to be on the podium. Who's going to join them? I don't know. let's get some points out there for this stupid power medley, and then we'll talk about it again. The final medley is the same event they ended with last year. Fingal fingers into the power stairs.
All right, guys, so next up we will have circus dumbbell overhead technique. This one's gonna be very, very interesting. We'll get it set and we'll get it out. Thank you for all of your support.
Some of you guys need to get some new material or find some new things to say. I feel like you've made yourselves heard by this point. Now just saying the same thing over and over and over is not really accomplishing a whole lot. I'd like to think a whole lot more than half of us are. I'd like to think that 3/4 of us are. Or 9/10. Or 9 9/10. Or I could beat you 100% of the time. And if Hooper joins us, then that means I've got 2/3, 2 chances to beat. That's 66 and a 6/10%. If we add that, then I can beat you guys in the squat 141 and 2/3%. So I've got a 37 and 1/8% chance of blocking some more people on the chat. If we take if I take my 37 and 1/8% and add it to your 66 and 2/3, and we divide that something like Steiner math, I don't know, go something like that. I don't know. I think World's Strongest Man is a long time away. I'm not going to make any predictions about WSM now. We got a long way to go till we get there. $350 for 8. Were these full range of motion reps, or were these partial reps? Okay, we got some results. Half Thor. Okay, I'm gonna pause this, and I'll go back and look at. Actually, I'm gonna put it on the I'm gonna use these rather than the things for my screen. This is much better. Boom. I'll put that in the results folder. And then I'll still put those there, but that's fine. Yeah, that's much better. Come on, come on, come on. Well, they're very adamant in the stream about the top 8. They want you to know those for sure, but they're taking a long time to tell 9 through 16. Maybe they're not going to. Havthorne first with 34 feet 3 inches. Mitchell Hooper, second place, 32 feet 5 inches. Austin Andrade, third place, 30 feet 1 inch. Maxime Boudreau, fourth place, 27 feet 2 inches. Bobby Thompson, fifth place, 27 feet. Tristan Hoth, sixth place, 24.5 feet. Wesley Derwinski, seventh place, 1 inch behind his countryman. Tom Stoltman, eighth place, 21 feet 11 inches. Still waiting to see the next ones. I don't want to put that on the screen because then they're going to show the other results and I'm going to miss a chance to get that screenshot. Well, Mind Escape, if that's your point, that Mitch shouldn't count, his actual record shouldn't count because he split jerk, should be based on pure strength, well, then you have to take away Havthor's record in the keg toss yesterday. Because if you don't think keg toss, throwing weights over high bars requires technique, you're out of your mind. Austin Andrade was throwing that thing plenty high enough, but had terrible trajectory the whole time. We just have to do away with events like that, and that's one of the things that irks me sometimes about our fan base is we're as inconsistent as the judges, as inconsistent as the rules in our sport. We say that we want these things and we believe in these things, but it's amazing from event to event to event how we don't take the same belief in event 3 into event 4 with us. That was trash logic. That was impeccable logic. But I will gladly debate you in any topic of your choosing if you think that was trash logic. You pick the topic and tell me which side of the argument to defend, and I'll still beat you. The 9th through 16th results now. Please? Maybe? Perhaps? I just want to make a little image. I just want to do the screenshot. I'm going to do the other one, and then while I'm doing that, they're going to pop that. I know it's going to happen. It's unavoidable. So I go into the Power Medley, and I take that screenshot out into that folder there, go back there, and move it into the results folder. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Go there. Go here. Change that. Boom. Change that there. Boom. Boom. Results. I hit the wrong thing, I think. Uh-oh. What did, oh, I know what I did wrong. There we go. There we go. There we go. Okay, apparently then the live stream, they're not going to show the results for 9 through 16. Oh, hold on. They just came back. Oh, nope, they're not going to show it. They went to overall standings. I guess they're not going to show it in there. Did Strongman Archives get the results for all 16? They did not. Somehow they know the points. I guess they came out there and announced it, and I had mine muted while I was talking, so I didn't get to hear that. But we'll go back and review that too. And I'll have to make it. Oh, yeah. Weird. So weird. No distances for the lower half of the field. So we'll go back here and turn that back on. You guys can see the results, right? Okay, so Hafthor Bjornsson gets first place, 16 points. Mitchell Hooper, 15 points. Andrade, 14 points. Maxime, 13 points. Bobby Thompson, 12 points. Tristan Hoth, 11 points. Wesley Derwinski, 10. Tom Stoltman, 9. Matthew Ragg, 8. Lucas Hatton, 7. Evan Singleton with 6. Pavlo Kordiaka with 5. Tom S. Evans with 4. Ivor Schmuckstellis with 3. Alexei Novikov with 2. And Trey Mitchell with the 1-point finish. So if we re-sort everything by total points, we see that Mitchell Hooper is currently in the lead with 90 points. 5 points back is Hafthor Bjornsson in second. Austin Andrade is in third, almost 15 points behind the silver place positions at 60.5. So basically, the moral of the story is that Mitchell Hooper and Hafthor are running away with the competition. It's like they're playing chess and everyone else is playing half a game of checkers. Trey Mitchell is in fourth place, so even taking 1 point there, he only fell back 3 points behind Austin Andrade. So that's pretty impressive that a 1 point effort in that last event only made him fall off the podium, and just barely. Bobby Thompson, 55.5 points for fifth place. 55 points for Lucas Hatton, 47 for the T-Rex, 45.5 for Derwinski, 44 for Thomas Evans, 42.5 for a Scottishman by the name of Stoltman. And then we've got Matthew Ragg with 35, Tristan Hoth with 30, Ivor Schmuckstellis with 26, Maxime Boudreau 25, Pavlo Kordiaka 21, Alexei Novikov with 13.5. So both of the Ukrainians are in your 2 last place positions. And that's where things stand as of right now. Now I gotta make that results into another image for my image folder. So excuse me and talk amongst yourselves while I use my image editor. I got some work to do over here. I gotta change my zoom. We'll just turn that off. We'll go back to those results. That'll work while I'm doing my image editing. It won't disturb what you guys can see. Love it. Okay. Get back to business. Gotta get back to business.
Jerry Pritchett and Chalet. Paul's also with us down on the floor as we move down to the seventh event, the ultimate event for 2 days of competition here. We've completed 6 events. We are now down to the final 2. Circus, Dumbbell, medley. This will be very interesting. We'll also talk about what they're doing as far as weight, how this will work.
So 5 dumbbells. The goal is to lift all 5 as fast as possible if you can. Starting off with 225 pounds, all the way up to the monstrous 285 pounds. Fifth dumbbell, 129 kilos.
We have really got ourselves a 2-man race right now on the top of the leaderboard. Not a pretty big surprise, Jerry. These are the 2 guys.
I just cropped the points off of my image. I decided in the results to give you everything but the points. That was cool.
First place, there's like 5 guys that are in the hunt for that. So you'll see how it all shakes down. Right now, if you're the loser, you got to feel pretty good about where you're sitting. Don't look what you're capable of doing if they're coming up. Of course, we got coming up now.
Cool.
But again, 5 points. I just don't see the most finishing 7th or 8th place. Take a look at the events and how they'll tear out. It'll be Trey Mitchell and Lindsay Novikov, Ivers Marcellus, Tom Evans, Pablo
Some people may not feel that their chat contributions have been viewed or whatever unless I comment on them. I don't know. I don't know. But I'm doing multiple things other than just running this. Editing images, changing what shows up where, cycling what's showing on my different displays. This is a little bit tougher on this side than you guys realize.
This one will be a ruler for that upper part.
I think I can fix that.
So the double Mealtime is a really interesting morning. There's some really helpful in training. So when you start with dumbbells, I think this used to be a massive weakness for yourself.
I have taken the planning since the moment that I'm not sure if they can be forward the point because
Normally we would see reps 40 to 40.
Uh-oh. I think OBS is about to crash. The stream's probably going to go off, guys. OBS makes some mistakes sometimes.
Trade's been going really well. I hit 265 for a double 2 weeks ago.
Anyway.
And I think it's okay. It's not for
And the mission to find the strongest man on earth now moves to phase number 7. There are the weights, there are the dumbbells: 220, 240, 255, 270, and 285. Law's not taking light.
I shouldn't appear green anymore. I can't guarantee that. I can't guarantee that OBS isn't going to crash in a minute because it's acting really strange. And if it does, then the stream's going to go down. But yep, I meant to make myself black and white. Then I wouldn't have to hear anybody talking about my green skin tone anymore. Yes, it doesn't matter if you're black or white, but it might matter if you're black and white. Maybe.
Yeah.
Basically, I cradle it in your hands. So I feel it's squeeze like you would have done with one.
So to be Alexei Novikov there on the right side of your screen, facing off with Trey Mitchell the third on the left-hand side. Trey Mitchell, of course, the 2021 and 2022 talking.
To change the path to back of the dumbbell so I don't make the mistake I did earlier for the screenshots. Gotta make sure they go in the right location.
Trey Mitchell had a miss there on 240, had to go back to it, and that gets Alexei Novikov off to 270.
This is good to see Alexei bringing us.
Alexei Novikov with the 270 dumbbell.
Doing 43 seconds. Trey Mitchell is going to try to hoist this thing up. Oh.
Whoa. Mitchell pressed the 270 high. Almost thought he was going to throw it through the roof, but he didn't hold it. Went straight up and straight down. So no lockout. Now he can't get it back up. So Trey Mitchell's going to wave it off at 255. Looks like Alexei's going to be done at 270. So 270 for Novikov, 255 for Trey. Now I need to alter this. Boom, boom, boom. Whoa. That's kind of weird. That was weird. Supposed to be showing the dumbbell stuff, so apparently it's got the wrong folder. Let's try this again. Showing the squat. Yeah, that's weird. There we go. There we go. I'm not sure what happened there. Some more issues with OBS. Some great OBS love.
And he played the top next coming off this 2022 Open spot into the big show. And they think he's the talent on the rise. He looks here at the base, 6'3", 6'6". He looks hurt.
I think I'm kind of handsome in black and white.
us compete so often. He's one of the busiest competitors on the circuit, and he wins so many competitions. Bringing this level of showing how strong the athletes are. Oh, that's the 255.
Both Thomas Evans and Ivar Schmockstellis on 255. It doesn't look like either is going to get it, but I'm rooting for them both. Oh, Tom Evans gets the 255. But I'll go ahead and get those results going. He's not getting 270. So I'll alter that. We'll get those images going in there. Yeah, in order for me to stand up and spin around so that you can look at me and judge me like that, we're going to have to turn super chats on, and you're going to have to make a pretty big donation. You can take your thirst over to OnlyFans. I do have an OnlyFans. It's me eating spaghetti. It's called Peanut Butter Spaghetti Time. Evan Singleton. Now, see, this is where he's okay. Even though I'm not a huge Evan fan, I feel bad for him. This is not fair. If your arms are 6 inches long, you can't press a dumbbell over your head. It's physically impossible for him.
And Pablo now through the first two. It's 220, 240. Now we're on to 255. Evan coming off the ground, and he doesn't get the lockout. So carry on.
Again, very inconsistent judging here. Someone said he got it. Evan got the 255. Someone said he didn't. Now he clearly didn't. He was like kind of a scary position, but still, the judges need to be consistent, and they're not, and it's terrible. So Evan's going to stop at 240, but that's pretty good for a guy who can't lift an arm above his head. He should not have gotten that lift. It was not good. But I don't like the fact that it's good enough for some judges is not good enough for others. It would not have been good enough for me. So it may have been inconsistent if I was judging too, because if you would have said that was a lift, I would have disagreed with you.
Good. Look at it again, but looked like just never got the lockout. Fresh Evan would get that doing well. Very, very confident. But we're just talking about brutal competitions. 6 events breathing to this and bodies are going to time. They're sore.
I think any more half jokes get you put in a 2-minute timeout.
Watch it Evan here on the right hand side of your screen. That's Terry's hand. They gave the thumbs up what they, but it was Terry Hollis weight onto it, will not give it to him. So we move on.
Lucas Hatton and Matthew Ragg. That's a long time to be staring at Lucas's rear end. I mean, come on. You can move the camera somewhere else. I do. Okay. So yeah, I will agree. So I don't think that Evan deserved that dumbbell at all. I absolutely think Evan deserved that deadlift that he didn't get.
Here we go. 90 seconds on the clock.
He's the first round for Lucas. Matt Ragg left the first dumbbell on his shoulder. He gets the result. Lucas, again, easy through the second dumbbell. 240, no problem. Not 255. Very healthy.
Lucas is on to the third dumbbell already. Matt Ragg gets the second dumbbell, while Lucas is now trying to do the fourth. He gets the fourth. Can Lucas be the first one to complete the dumbbell medley?
30 seconds. This is 225 to take the lead for American Lucas Hatton.
Breathing a little bit. There we go. Everyone see it? Up to the shoulder. Nice rack position. Look how tight he is in there. And he gets it.
He gets it. Lucas Hatton completes the dumbbell medley. Now's when I should throw up a poll asking, does anyone complete the dumbbell medley?
Very impressive all weekend. Look at the mistake made on day
Watch this.
I gotta go on 5. Coming to this event, 6th place overall. We talked about him being in the hunt, guys, for a podium position. This did a world effect.
Look how tight his technique is. Up at rack position. Elbow and dumbbell handle in line with each other. One end behind the neck. Lasso leg drive straight up into the air. Fully locked out. No question at all about that leg. Based on that dip, that elbow never moved.
You know, we like to see hard things, and we like to see guys complete things, but it would be a different event here at Strongest Man on Earth Shock Classic. Everyone completed 5 and it gets a race. Brian's made it hard enough where if you complete anything,
There we go. I'm asking, does anyone complete the dumbbell medley? Does anyone do it? Seems like a fair question based upon questions and answers that are on the screen. Oh! Careful, Big Tommy. You do not need to drop that weight on your head. I was just asking if you thought anyone was going to complete the dumbbell medley, and then I just chose 4 guys that I thought were most likely to do it. I couldn't see anyone else doing it. Bum, 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 bum. Because Hatton has no chance of completing the dumbbell medley. That's ridiculous. Why would you even ask that? What are you talking about? Hatton just went. I would know if he went. Hatton is not completing the dumbbell medley and he has not gone yet. That's the internet in general these days. Everything is literal. Everything.
On a different day, that's how you want to went on and you want to get from school. Stone goes after day.
I guess I should post some of those images for the last round. Kristen appears to be walking with a limp. Bobby Thompson versus Tristan. Bobby Thompson gets the 220. Tristan gets the 220. I didn't take a screenshot of either, but I'll take screenshots of the 240 attempt. Come on, Bobby. Ooh. Bobby fails. Tristan definitely fails. I'm very, very, very bad at lifting dumbbells over my head. Very bad at it. I think 220 for both of these guys is about what you can hope for. So I did not get a picture of them pressing any successful lifts, even though they managed success.
Those events where I think if this had been the first event on Saturday, we could see different results. But again, this is all about who can recover the quickest, who can rebound fastest, have what left in the tank.
100%. These guys are really hard.
This will be a very telling penultimate matchup here in our seventh event. This is the Super Dumbbell Medley.
Austin Andrade, the world's strongest Latino. And Maxime Boudreau is punching himself in the forehead again. He seems to punch himself in the forehead before every event. So I don't know if Maxime will make the podium or not, but I do predict that he leaves the strongest man on earth with the most concussions of the event.
Sure gets every aspect of it.
We have grown watching his fellow countryman, and Maxime Boudreau is a little bit wincing on that left shoulder. He's left handed working that. Austin Andrade is right handed now to the.
Come on, Andrade. Third one, you can do it. He's got it. Three implements for Andrade is really good. Ooh! Careful, Max. Maxime taking another shot at 255. Austin taking his sweet time before trying the 270. Come on, Austin. Come on. No, not going to happen. That will complete it.
Amateur, worked his way to big show. I can't imagine he thought he was this year. Oh, you help me. We saw the list of names that were there.
There's always a question, something like that. Back up and they have to open it.
Right.
And then the next year he's on the main stage with other ones. How they can perform it. 4 times now it's like that.
El Campeon. If I just search for El Campeon, I'm going to get an awful lot of results for nothing in specific. The champion. The champion. Thor versus some other guy. Thor versus some other guy in the dumbbell now.
Both options, readings and strokes in their own lane. Don't be put off by what the other one is doing. They want to see what the other athletes put up. They know where they need to be, points wise.
Right now, we're looking at a new winner. We haven't seen one yet between the 6 events. Right now, Lucas Hatton has the mark to beat. He got all 5 put up. 78 seconds. Moves us through the first 2 pretty quickly. 15 seconds. Good rep bell is through.
Thor got the second dumbbell.
Gets it on the second attempt.
255. The Troopers.
Looks like he's about to pass out there.
Waiting to see if Thor gets this rep.
Wow. Oh.
For Hooper, he gets it.
Over the balance. Almost close.
Man. Worry about the safety of all these guys. I don't think Hooper should have tried to again there. Really no reason to try it. I don't know why he did that. Come on, Half Thor, get it. Oh, I'm good. The one that he didn't get, I don't know, it looked pretty good, but guess you got to wait for the signal. Well, I mean, one judge said yes, so it's a weird.
To get him onto that podium, potentially take that third place. One event to go. Actually, I don't think the performance. The game fall behind the points. They took some points away from guys that needed it. Without early in the top 5.
Lucas Pack shows up and delivers all 5 weights, 285 pounds. He got it at the end. The fans love him. They take the moment.
Hatton completes the medley. I can't remember if anyone even got 270. I can't remember. They'll show the results in a minute to help my memory. You guys in the comments will probably tell me too, but I can't remember if anyone even got 4. Alexi got 270. Yeah. And Alexi is notoriously good at the dumbbell.
What's it been like out here with this tremendous field?
Just huge point swings every event. After yesterday, I couldn't imagine I'd be in this position. And that last event's going to come down to heart and who wants it.
And my final question is, where do you get pants, man? I don't think I've seen quads like yours. These things, what's the secret, man? How'd you get legs like that?
I don't know, man. A lot of squats, good genetics. And I had a team of 2 or 3 people help me get in these evolution shorts.
Some apple bottom jeans for this, man. Congrats on a big win, Lucas Hatton. What a performance out of this, man.
All right. We have one event remaining. So, we'll go ahead and throw these results up on the screen for you guys real quickly. Results forthcoming. Results forthcoming. Maybe. Maybe I'm a liar. Results forthcoming. There we go. Okay. So taking the win. The win? Taking the win. Did I literally just say a win like it's the word away? Taking the win. Taking the win away. Taking the win way. Taking the win, Lucas Hatton, all 5 at 78.67 seconds. That's good for 16 points. Alexei Novikov, 4 in 30.3 seconds. That's good enough for a second place finish. And it would have been if he would have done it a whole lot slower. Mitchell Hooper gets 3 in the fastest time of those who got 3 at 29.13 seconds. That's good enough for a 14-point pickup. Big Tex Trey Mitchell, 33.43 seconds is good for 13 points. Mr. Tom Stoltman will get 3 in 38.61, 12 points. Pavlo Kordiaka is 3 in 40.28 for 11. Our last double-digit point getter is the world's strongest Latino, Austin Andrade. Then we had Thomas Evans with 9 points, 20 seconds slower than that other group. After that, we're down to a bunch of people who managed 2 or less dumbbells. And so we've got Evan Singleton, 2 dumbbells in 11.94. I think that's really good. Again, the dude is a T-Rex. Asking him to press implements over his head, not fair. As a matter of fact, I think the Americans with Disabilities Act might have a case. If Evan wants to take Brian Shaw to court, he could probably do that. You can't help it when your arms are not long enough to go above your head. Half Thor 2 and 20.46. Potentially might have got that third. I'm not sure. That was a pretty close call there. Yeah. It wasn't going to be enough to help him climb against Mitchell anyway, because it was slower than Mitchell for sure, even if you say he got it. and no one else is going to be climbing there. So it's not really a big factor overall, but something more for you guys to argue and fight about. So that's important. Got to make sure we have stuff to fight about. Maxime 2 and 25 for 6 points. Wesley Derwinski 2 and 28 at 5 points. Ivar's 2 and 31. Matthew Ragg 2 and 32.93. And then Bobby Thompson and Tristan only managed a single dumbbell. Bit surprised that Bobby Thompson couldn't get more than that. It's kind of weird. Bobby is not that wonderful at dumbbells, but he's really great with like logs. He struggles with the axle for the obvious reason. Can't get his little hands around it. Same kind of problem I would have. But if you get to use 2 hands, Bobby Thompson is a pretty good presser. Go to 1 hand and he struggles. I'm actually kind of similar to that in the gym myself. I suck at doing dumbbells, but I'm fine at like military presses and things. Anyway, that's your results. And then I guess if we look at the overall point standings, we should probably do that, right? So in the lead overall is Mitchell Hooper with 104 points. Second place, Hafthor Bjornsson with 92 points. Lucas Hatton, 71 points, puts him on the podium, a half a point in front of both Austin Andrade and Trey Mitchell. So that is incredible. As we said before the last event, it's basically a 2-man race. You've got Mitchell Hooper and Hafthor Bjornsson running away with this, and everybody else is playing a different thing. Couldn't be anymore. So first and second are not on the table right now. We know what's happening in those positions in this last event. But that podium is very, very much in play. Lucas Hatton, Austin Andrade, and Trey Mitchell, half a point separating these 3 guys. So maybe we'll do a poll on that, on who we think is going to get third. I'll do that in a minute. We'll round out the top 10 here, and then we'll get that up. Bobby Thompson, 57.5. Evan Singleton, 55. Tom Stoltman, 54.5. Thomas Evans, 53. Derwinski, 50.5. And Matthew Ragg, way underperforming for what people were expecting of him, I believe, at only 38 points. I think that's a big, big, big failure and a big, big, big underperformance of what people were expecting from Matthew Ragg. Obviously, not what people were expecting out of Tom Stoltman either. But I don't think many people would have had Matthew Ragg having fewer than 40 points going into the final event. Because he was one of the favorites for top 5 in most people's pecking order. So, yeah. Let's go ahead and stick a poll up there. There you go, guys. Vote, 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 vote. Vote early and vote often. And I'm going with Trey Mitchell because, again, soft spot for the big fella here. And I just want to see him do well after coming back from that injury. So I'm saying Trey Mitchell, but it's a bit of a homer pick, if I'm being honest. Although he's taller than both of those guys, and that's going to come into play in the power stairs for sure, and in the fingal fingers as well. It's probably a decent pick if we go based on stature and things of that nature. But the Achilles is probably going to be tougher on the fingal fingers too because he can't put a good stretch with that heel. He can't get a good heel stretch there. I don't know, but I'm riding with the big Texan, saying Trey Mitchell. power stairs require good grip? Kinda. I mean, they're picking up an awfully heavy implement off the ground. So that does work against Trey Mitchell. I'm assuming that's your argument there. But while it's an awfully heavy implement, I don't think it's too heavy to keep him from picking it up. Uh, I could be wrong about that. Your question is a good question, but I think he'll be fine. I think he'll be fine. Whether he is or not, I made my voice known and my opinion public. So if he makes the podium, I get to look smart. If he doesn't, then you guys get to roast me. Either way, it's good. I think we've got enough votes. Let's take a look at where we ended up. So 46% of you go with Hatton, and I wonder if that's because he's a half a point in front of the other two right now. I wonder if that half a point meant a lot to you guys. I don't know. And then 29% of you going with the big Texan, and 24% of you going with the small Texan. But Austin Andrade is anything but small. We could look at it this way. 53+% of you think a Texan is going to be on the podium. 46% of you say, nuh-uh. And I need to change. He's a Mexican from Texas. By way of parts unknown. I gotta drop that into the results folder. Gotta drop that there. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. I gotta do some reorganizing stuff. You guys gonna have to keep yourselves company while I do some image stuff. It goes there. Yeah, probably so. And this goes back here. This goes here. Bum, 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 bum. Come on. Then that goes here. And that goes into. Oh, scroll, you jerk. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Okay, then I got to move that around. And then I'm going to have to go tinkle again. Doing the pee-pee dance. Doing the pee-pee dance. Doing the pee-pee dance. E, 2, E. Hurry up. Hurry up. You don't want to wet yourself on a live stream. And we will now go back and refresh that. Boom, 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 boom. Oops. Be back. I'll be back. I bet you guys missed me, didn't you? Do I want to catch up on the chat? I don't know if I want to catch up on the chat. I'm feeling kind of lazy. Uh, There's your overall standings that you just asked for. Right on cue. You got a couple fingers into some power stairs. Okay, we're gonna end the poll and see if anyone has a dark sense of humor. Well, I don't know. Maybe YouTube doesn't appreciate the dark sense of humor because they're not giving us our poll results. There we go. All right. 48% say the event goes to Thor. Of course, Thor's won like every one of these polls. So you can see who the crowd favorite is. 22% for Hooper, 13% for Stoltman, 15% for the fan who got hit with the keg at World's Strongest Man. I was kind of worried about that fan when that happened, to be honest. They'll get started when they get started. I have no idea. And I still think I look incredibly sexy in black and white. I should make the I should give it some high contrast too and be extra sexy. Let's see here. Now I'm really sexy, right? Yeah. Even more high contrast. Let's go higher contrast. Let's make me just look super duper sexy. I'm thirst trapping all of you. Call your wives and girlfriends. Tell them you found a new love. 5'4" of pressing power madness from the southeast corner of Missouri. How bad does Hopper need to place for Thor to win? Well, currently he has a 12-point lead. So basically, if Hooper finishes, as long as Hooper doesn't finish in 15th or 16th, he's in pretty good shape. If Mitchell gets 14th place, he'd get 3 points. If Thor won, that would be 16 for him. That's a 13-point difference. That would do the win. So yeah, basically Hooper just has to finish 11th or better. Hooper needs 11th or better. Hooper's already made 17 straight podiums. This will be 18. That's what he checked Lucas Hatton with in the pre-event press conference. He was asking, or he was answering a question, and then Lucas Hatton said, "Dude, you think too much. You just need to pick it up and set it down." And then Mitch looked at him and said, 17 podiums in a row. 17 podiums in a row. I think it was Lucas. Oh, maybe it was Weston. Maybe you guys are telling me I'm wrong. Could have swore it was Lucas. Could have sworn. Oh, oh my God. Why look for loopholes? Okay, so what I need to do now is I need to adjust that. Un momento, por favor. Groovy music. Groovy music. They got some rockin' tunes going, man. I'm just reading you guys fighting and arguing. 60% of you agree with me, even though I didn't say, hey, my opinion is. I do think SMOE, SMO, when I see it on the screen, I think, man, I have to do a double take the first few times I saw it. Like, what? To me, it looks a little too much like Schmo. Which I don't know how that is elsewhere. Maybe it's an American thing, but in America, you don't want to be called a Schmo. We are waiting for the final countdown. Nah, I'm not looking to see polls that make people think they're not wanting to be here, because then they'll just drag me down. What kind of host wants to continue on if the audience doesn't want to be there? Okay. So as of right now, Hooper has won every event there is to win, except for this one, which he'll be adding it to his resume uh, today. Then he will have won every major show there is to win, and has definitely been the dominant force in the sport of strongman for the last 2 years. But he only has one World's Strongest Man title to his resume so far. The question is, does he ever win another? Diggy is wrong. His hatred for Mitchell Hooper is clouding his judgment, saying that he never won one. I have a completely different opinion of Mitchell Hooper. I don't find him to be a douchebag at all. I don't find him to be arrogant at all. I think he's humble and he's confident. He's incredibly confident, but he makes these predictions. You know, for a while, Conor McGregor was Mystic Mac. I kind of think it's Mystic Mitch. If you look at the way he predicts events and where he's going to finish, where his competitors are going to finish, what place, it's scary how accurate his predictions tend to be. Um, I don't know if that's arrogant or conceited. I don't think so. I think he's just a guy who's confident, very, very cerebral, but he's very complimentary of others. He seems to do a lot to help other people. Um, yeah, I don't have a negative opinion of him as a person from what I've seen, publicly. I've never sat in the same room as the guy. He may be a jerk. I don't know, but he doesn't come across negative to me. Predicting where you're going to finish has nothing to do with being humble or not. You can absolutely predict yourself to finish first and still be humble. And by that prediction, no one who has ever had any success who thinks they're going to be successful is humble. Tom has predicted wins. Thor has predicted wins. Brian has predicted wins. Everyone who has won more than once has predicted wins, because once you win, you now know you can do it. You don't have to convince yourself. You can absolutely predict you're going to win and still be humble. That's not humble doesn't mean you think you suck. That's not what humble means. Humble doesn't mean that you think you're lousy. Free barbell squat or Shaw Smith machine squat. Um, See that your question is not fair to me, because I'm a meathead who's very good at the typical powerlifting things, and I like to see that. I would love to see a traditional squat. No theatrics, no equipment, just go out there, put the weight on the bar, do a parallel squat, and get thumbs up or thumbs down. The problem with that for me is, and it's not really a problem because that's what I would prefer. I think you're asking that, you probably want the same thing. But strongman is not powerlifting, and I don't want to turn it into powerlifting. At most competitions, we have a traditional deadlift now. Throw in a traditional squat. Like, I don't know. Part of strongman that we got into, us old people, because I'm old, when we started watching strongman in the 80s, it was all about the theatric components, deadlifting or doing squats with Playboy bunnies, doing deadlifts with silver dollars, holding axes out in front of you. Yeah, it was about being strong and stuff, but it was also about the aesthetic of it. It had that circus showman thing, and I guess I still harken back to those days, maybe because I grew up watching it and it appealed to me, and um, it's what got me excited to sit in front of the TV every Saturday morning and watch World's Strongest Man, the same 6 events in syndication, back to back to back to back to back. They just show the same competitions over and over and over, and I'd watch them even though I'd already seen them 35 times before. Um, so I like that because of the nostalgia and it speaks to my childhood. But I also do want to take the I want to take the theatrics out of it a little bit, and I want to take the elements out of it. At the end of the day, it's called Strong Man, and I do want to know who is the strongest guy there. And so sometimes I think the best way to do that is to say, here's a bar, here's some weights, who can do the best with it. At the end of the day, that's the truth. It's not for debate. You don't have to wonder who knows how to get the most out of a suit, who knows how to work the implementation the best, who has the best technique. It's just raw power. And so I kind of have trouble answering your question because logistically I know what the right answer is, but the nostalgia factor in me longs for like warm milk and cookies. I like watching the the show. I think I know what this audience will say because the people here are not average fans. If you ask the average fans, I think you might get a different answer than what you're going to see in the poll here. But I'll do this. I'll ask the poll. And I'll ask it not just squat. I'll ask it overall. I don't think we are we're not the average person tuning into a TV show to watch strong people do stuff. Most of us here are probably power hungry people, and we're the diehards. So we probably don't need that theatrical element that makes me feel. But I think that same thing that lured me in when I was a 7-year-old kid is probably the same stuff that the 30 and 40-year-old mom and pop in the crowd who has never seen a powerlifting competition or has never gone to the gym or has never, bench pressed 225. I think they probably do enjoy that, but I could be wrong. I could definitely be wrong. We got 54 votes on the poll. Go ahead and get your answers in now. I'm going to close it once we get to, let me see how many people are actually joining us. We got 354 people on here now, so we can get a few more. I'll close it once we get to 75 votes. So if you're not interacting with the chat and the votes, please get your votes in now. And don't forget to like the video and maybe subscribe. Maybe do that. I don't know. We're at 66 votes. We need several more of you to punch in your vote. Come on. This is like the American elections. Vote early and vote often. I feel like they've had the same track playing a little bit too long now. I kind of dig the beat, but it's also like, okay, guys, you don't have to keep it on repeat forever. Here we go. End poll. And 69%, which automatically means they're right because 69% of the people are like me and my childhood wonder and do enjoy watching the more theatrical stuff. 30% say, I don't care about it, bro. I like to go to the gym and see who bench presses the most, who squats the most, who deadlifts the most, who clean and jerk. Well, we don't do clean and jerk because we're Strongman fans. We despise the jerk, so we want to see who cleans the most and then strict presses the most. And I respect that because I like the brute strength stuff, and I'm pretty damn good at the brute strength stuff. You guys just heard me say damn. I bet some of you thought I would never use language like that, right? But anyway, I respect that too, but I have to admit, it's the theatrical stuff that drew me in when I was a kid. I thought it was so cool when they were squatting the Playboy bunnies. I didn't know what a Playboy bunny was, but I knew pretty girls when I saw them, and I thought, well, that's pretty cool, man. Guess you couldn't do that today. That would be sexist and misogynistic and so on and so forth. But it was pretty cool. Does anyone else remember that? The squatting of the pretty girls. Oh, man.
As we welcome you back.
As we welcome you back, I think we're getting ready to go.
Rock.
Yes, Kaz. These are the strongest legs right here. Waddington, you don't have the best legs. I've got the best legs.
Terry, we look at this, no big surprise to see the boost and the mountain at the top.
Yeah, they're way out front, and it's pretty much sealed who's going to win, who's going to be second. Right now, the battle is that third. I'm back to maybe seventh. I mean, who's going to get on the podium? Who's going to get in the top five?
Yeah, Terry, this has been a wild ride. Obviously, the cream always rises to the top, and there's 4 or 5 guys that have really performed well.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I mean, eighth place and 10th in this competition is an achievement. These really are the absolute best. They've all come in great shape as well. That's the thing, isn't it? It's not like other competitions where someone's not quite on the ball and some right. Everyone's coming in shape, ready to put on a big performance. And they all do. And obviously, you know, Mitch and Paul and first and second and third results. It's now about that battle for third place. It's going to be interesting to see how it pans out.
Jerry, think.
Yeah, so what to do? It's possible. They go to the downstairs and I think it's very, very tough for guys. Into having they got to those downstairs as well. So it's really tough. Just to add to that as well.
Waiting for the last event. He can't have cheated with the reps and the judging because they had to go to the bottom. He had to go to the bottom every time. So even if you want to say that his reps were high and all, I'm not arguing with anybody anymore. I don't care. The opinions are the opinions. But what I will say is, if you want to say that it was unfair, you still don't get to blame Mitch for that. He didn't measure himself. He didn't set the low depth. That was done yesterday. He didn't do that. They marked his depth. And in the competition, you had to go to that low depth. It stopped. They weren't allowed to go until they reached that bottom. So if you want to say it was unfair or cheap, you actually have to blame someone other than Mitchell Hooper. He did not set the depth. He did not mark it. He did not say, that's my spot. He did not say, I'm only going to go down this far. They marked his depth yesterday. He didn't decide that. And he didn't go less than that depth today. Every single rep had to be bottomed out as marked by that pressure plate.
Start with the right leg. The fingers are always prayers together, the shoulders. I ate without showing some quote unquote redemption. So I had 2 stairs left down.
Last year was super heavy, like it's the same weight. So he made the fingers a little bit more this year than previous year.
It's like the worst nightmare you could have about carrying your groceries in.
I said already to Brian, last weight should be 300 kilo. Then we'll be better.
I believe I can finish, but it's just going to come down to how everything feels 8 events in.
We're all fatigued. We're all tired. Some of us might pick up a nagging little thing along the way.
I feel pretty good. Obviously, last event after 2 days, feeling good and healthy.
Back to green skin tone now, right? Looking kind of sick.
No,
Green skin tone, looking like I'm gonna vomit again, right?
Half the field didn't finish it. And this is heavier this year, so
Finishing this year with the finger flip and the power stairs. This is one of my favorite events, it being a total body test.
so finger fingers and power stairs have always been a great events for me. I've never done them together.
But just when you think you're done at the last event, you run up on this big block of something with this doom-like black paint on it that swings on a handle, and you have to pick it up and put it on like an 18-inch step 3 more times, and then the next one's heavier.
I genuinely do feel like ending the competition with this event is perfect because it's just who wants it bad enough.
Here's the real question. One I legit want to know about.
These guys are not in the running, guys, for a top 3 position, but
Uh-oh. My stream is getting a bit goofy now. I've definitely used a lot of memory in this stream today. That's one of the problems of having these long streams. My RAM starts saying, hey, you've pushed me too much. I got too much things running on, especially when I've got Photoshop running in the background, Paint.net. Like, I've got like 7 different apps that I'm using to manage this thing. And they've all been open for a long, long time. That doesn't even count the browsers. Here we go. Here we go.
fingers not necessarily heavy, Terry, but they are awkward. The other thing as well is
I'm gonna test this just to see if it's going to the right location.
Dumbbell actually did a world record for this show and actually did a world record on the power.
Bar's looking good. Ivar's looking good. Alexi's cheering him on. Yeah, I kind of wish, so you guys heard me talk about Alexi yesterday. I wished he had just let someone else come compete this event. If he wasn't ready, he didn't feel good and all this other stuff, I wish somebody else would have come. And I say that as someone who likes Alexi a lot. If he wasn't going, if he knew he wasn't in good shape, it doesn't even look to me, I could be wrong, it doesn't even look to me like he gave his best effort in some of the events, really. He just kind of just phoned it in. He's almost like a glorified spectator who said, hey, I'm a really good dumbbell presser, I'll go ahead and do this. But I wish if he felt that, he'd have said, go ahead and give my spot to someone else.
really talk about it. 16 feet in length and walk them straight up, walk them in, and then you're wait.
I guess with DPS lifts, I guess the 4th place event gets no points at all. I'm actually going to go ahead and put World's Strongest Man in 4th place right now to the 4 events. And I'll let you guys figure out why I'm sticking World's Strongest Man as the 4th place event.
Yeah, it's such a cool show. Yeah, don't use that. No. But it's used.
No way to watch it. That's why I put it in fourth place. I don't want to watch something 60 days later, 70 days later. I know why they do it, but it's highly annoying to me. I'll gladly pay for pay-per-views. I don't mind. I love this sport. I love it. I'll get my credit card out. Let me watch. Now, if you're asking, what's the most prestigious show, I don't stick WSM in fourth place anymore. It is still the most prestigious show by tradition alone, and it's the show that most people have heard of, if they've heard of anything in the sport of strongman at all. But not super fan friendly.
Depending on where those guys are in front of me, he found himself up in the top five.
Takes a good while to reset this event. Although, unless it's the camera angle, it looks like the person on the left side is at a disadvantage of the person on the right side, because it looks like those weights on the power stairs are further away from the platform on the left side of the screen than they are on the right screen. It could be the camera. Looks like we're slightly more on this side than we are here. It doesn't look like it's centered. But I'm not the only one watching. You guys can see too. Did it look to you with the naked eye like the weights on the left side were further away from the platform than the weights on the right side? We are off. I will say, I didn't hear them talk about it, but they could have just talked about it and I wasn't listening. I did not like that rule last year. It looked like they didn't actually practice. It looks like they didn't stick to it, even though they talked about it. That whole thing, like once you put the finger in the platform or in its staging pole, if it falls back down, it doesn't count and you have to go back and do it. I thought that was the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Maxime looking really, really good on the power stairs. He's gonna finish. He's gonna finish. There he is. That's a finish on the power stairs for Maxime. Sam Beliveau out there messing with Max again. She keeps coming out there messing with Max. I don't know what her obsession with Max is. Again, the stream is showing that they are sarcasm impaired. Trust me, if you know who Sam Beliveau is, then you must know that her and Max are a couple, because no one outside of the hardest of hardcore strongman fans have any idea who Sam Beliveau is. If you know the name Sam Beliveau, you know that she and Max are a couple. There's no reason whatsoever you would know who Sam Beliveau is otherwise. Sam is a hoss, bottom line. Melissa Peacock has added quite a bit of size to her frame in the last year. And a lot of you will immediately just talk, because when strong women come up, it seems like all people want to talk about for whatever reason is how they look. And I actually feel bad for the ladies with that. It's like we don't judge the men based upon how they look. But in women's sports, all people ever want to talk about is how the women look. And I feel really bad for the ladies because of that. Now, having said all of that, to make myself look like a hypocrite, I will say that Melissa Peacock is not quite as hot as she was before she added some size to her frame. And adding the size to her frame, since she's a competitive strong woman, was a smart idea, really. She should have done that. And she's still great looking. But anyway. What's my opinion on Roe giving the same prize to both men and women? Hmm. I don't know how to tackle that question. No matter it's so I actually do a lot of political podcast and commentary as well. And I am very ideologically conservative, but I say a lot of stuff that makes my fellow conservatives angry. I take a lot of positions that people don't expect me to take. And that's one of those questions where no matter how you answer it, you're going to piss people off. There's no answer that's going to make people happy. So, you asked, I don't mind answering controversial questions. I will answer. I think paying men and women the same for the competition, I think it's an excellent gesture. I think it's good for the women in terms of getting more women to want to compete. It gives them something to strive for. It makes them probably want to get involved in the sport. I think those are good things. Now, having said that, I also think it's a bit of diversity, inclusion. I also think it's a little bit of, political correct nonsense and doing it just because. And I would say that simply because, not because I don't think the women deserve it, not because I don't think they're impressive and awesome and all of those things. I'll give the women all the plaudits they deserve. But what I'll also say is people, by and large, they're not tuning in to watch the ladies. Maybe they should be. But they're not. Like the NBA, WNBA, people don't want to see the best of the second best group of people go. They want to see the strongest people on the planet. They want to see the fastest people on the planet. They want to see the most athletic. They want to see the best of the best of the best. And when those people come to the stands, by and large, they're coming to the stands to see the guys. And I think that's one of the reasons why all the people want to do is nothing but talk about how the women look, because that's what we have marginalized women to in society. Is we've said that that's all that matters about them is how they look, and I think that's stupid. I think that's sad, stupid and sad. And it's a fact, and so when we come to the strong competitions, the fans aren't showing up for the ladies. Maybe they should. Be cool if they did. So all of that comes to say prize money. If the men are selling the tickets, part of me thinks that the men should get more money because they're the reason that people are there. So there you go. You guys asked for my controversial opinion. I just gave it to you. I'm sure some of you are like right on. Some people probably totally misinterpret what I just said. Some people are going to act like I said women don't deserve this and that I want to keep women down. You're going to change my message to suit your own narrative and agenda. And others of you are, yeah, whatever. You're going to have your own opinions about not only my words, but about how you think I feel. And that's okay. So, Elkie, you can shut up because I didn't say anything that you're suggesting I said right now. Good, Elkie. I like when you leave. I don't ever like when you show up. That's been a consistent thing since you arrived a long time ago. Good. Now leave and don't come back. When I do the next stream, don't stop in. It won't hurt my feelings. Yo, Elkie, here's what the tough guy says to you. This will be stupid. I live in East Prairie, Missouri. It's a very tiny town. Show up anytime. A lot of the people around here say Missouri, sure. But I'm originally from St. Louis, so. And both of the guys are through the first two fingers. Coincidentally, those are also the last two fingers. They're neck and neck. But a bobble from Thomas Evans. Lewinsky has a decent lead now. Looks like Derwinski's going to finish. It looks that way. It is going to be that way. So Derwinski does manage to finish. Thomas Evans looks like he's phoning it in and says, see you guys later. Yeah. Still putting some effort in, but that 600's not going up. He is exhausted. Thomas Evans is exhausted. Probably flashbacks of two-a-days in high school. Anybody play high school football and remember two-a-days? 105 degrees outside. All you wanted to do was vomit. And so what you did was vomit. And the coach said, hurry up and get back. Line up. Then you go drink from the makeshift trough shooting out of the weird sprinkler thing. Then go vomit again. I will gladly take 2 days at football practice, though, than I would 30 minutes of wrestling practice. Wrestling was the worst experience of my life, although I was a pretty decent wrestler. Truly, the only two things I've ever been good at in athletics were wrestling and weightlifting. I suck at everything else. I'm not really a big arm wrestling fan. I know a lot of people here are, and people have asked me to actually cover that sport on the channel too. I probably won't. You know who really loved arm wrestling? My father. My father loved arm wrestling. And that was really my first exposure to strength sports was arm wrestling, and due to his love of arm wrestling. But I preferred the gym, and I preferred picking up heavy things. And some of that may be because of how short I am and how short my arms are. Leverage is always a thing, right? And I certainly don't have any of that for arm wrestling. Evan might call himself the T-Rex, but I would call myself, to stick with the theme of the complaints in the chat today, I guess I'd call myself half T-Rex, because my arms are half as long as a T-Rex. Someone answer the how tall am I question for me. Several of you know. Several of you know. 5'6" is tall. I have to look up to people who are 5'6". Yeah, 5'4". That's me. I'm 5'4". Maybe. I was 5'4" in my 20s. I'm 44 now. Maybe I've already started to shrink a little bit. I don't know. How short am I? Very. And that's usually how I answer that question. When people say, how tall are you? I generally say, I'm not. And then they say, how tall are you? And I say, I'm not. And then they'll say, how short are you? And I say, very. I wait for them to say, what is your height? But yeah, 5'4". Probably about as wide as I am tall. Best lift is subjective. I'm pretty good at a lot of this, but I don't really care about what I'm good at. I care about covering these guys. Good job, Evan. Evan flew through that. And I'm going to give him credit. Because I give credit where credit is due. Doesn't matter if I'm a huge fan of you or not. Evan flew through that. Good work. I didn't say deadlifts was my best thing. I gave my deadlift because I was asked about it, but I will say this because I don't want to talk about the stuff, but there's content people can find. I try to keep stuff out of there, but um, I'm more naturally strong, and my lifts are probably more impressive with my upper body than they are with my lower body. But I am way more proud of what I have accomplished with my lower body than I am with my upper body, because some of you have been with me, you know part of my story. But I was born with some physical deformities. I had well over 20 leg surgeries before kindergarten. When I was born, the doctors told my parents I was probably never going to walk. Um, so while I am stronger in the upper body naturally than I am with the lower body, I am way, way more proud of everything I've been able to accomplish with my lower extremities. Man, Evan really did fly through that. Good job, T Rex. I believe Evan has to be in the lead after that performance. I think. No one's won yet. We're about midway through, I think. A little over midway. We got 3 more rounds to go. So 5 of the 8 battles are over. And I forgot to change. I did take screenshots for you guys, but I forgot to update them. So let me do that now. They should cycle around back for you now. I think Banana Hammock left. He's been notoriously quiet for a while. I'm gonna either move to Mexico or Japan or Thailand or someplace like that where I'll be almost average height. All right, here we go. Here we go. Trey Mitchell. Come on, Trey. I picked you for the podium. I need you to perform well here, or I'm going to look stupid. Come on, Trey. Come on, Trey. What kind of gas tank does the big Texan have? That's a question here, too. Not just the Achilles, but and the grip. Well, what kind of gas tank is he going to have? He's moving with the 550, moving well. Come on, Big Tex. Come on, Big Tex. So he completes the 550s. He's going to go back down and get himself some 600-pound action now. Come on, Trey. Keep going, Bobby. Bobby finishes the first half of the power stairs himself. Come on, Trey Mitchell. There you go. Come on, big boy. I know you're tired. I know you're tired, Trey. There you go. One step to go, Trey. You can do this. He's going to finish it. He's going to finish it. Yay. Oh. I don't know. Okay, they say you got it, I guess.
That was, oh, look at that. Look at the edge. It is not quite completely on the top step.
Well, they did not give it to him.
So he gets the 550 completely on, but he only gets 4 steps on the 600. And you know what? It's all good. He gets it. Everyone knows the rules.
It's a rule.
Yeah.
So he missed it by about a quarter of an inch of being completed. I feel like he could have moved that, though. I guess he ran out of time. My sound was off because I'm doing you guys. Did he run out of time? Is that what kept him from trying to scoot it a little further once he was up there? That big boy had to be tired. I see the banana hammock returned a moment ago. He won't be so silent now. Chose the wrong time to disappear. He missed my tradition of live streams where I get tired of listening to Elkie run his mouth and have to tell him to leave. Right, so we got Andrade versus Hatton. And this is interesting. Like, Trey didn't have the benefit of going up against either of these guys. These guys get to line up right across from one another when the points are basically tied. So you get to look. This is competition at its finest. These guys are going to be driven by the other one. They both know whichever of us does better at this event, if we complete it, since Trey didn't complete it by a quarter of an inch, if we complete this, whichever one of us gets up there first is on the podium. So this should be kind of exciting. Yep, they're fighting for third. This is when I like the contest. Yeah, we want to see who's going to win, right? But this is still the thing that's left and available. So this is the competition. This is not for first, but in these guys' minds, they're fighting for a win here. Looks like Andrade is complaining a little bit about the vertical positioning, saying it's misaligned. I guess it wasn't Andrade. I guess it was Hatton. Now it almost looks like Austin's is misaligned. So anyway, here we go. We're off. Off to the races. Hatton with the early lead. Hatton getting it done. Now, one of the things that Hatton is doing better and smarter than Trey Mitchell is Trey was trying to push it on to the full platform on each step before kind of going up. And then the one step where he needed to do that, which was the top, he couldn't get done. And he probably burned a lot of energy, not to mention time, on the lower ones trying to move it there. So, did that matter in the outcome? Maybe yes, maybe no, probably not. Doesn't matter. It is what it is. Good job, Lucas Hatton. He did what he needed to do. He is your 2024 strongest man on earth, third place finisher. Trey Mitchell fails to make the podium. Going to have to settle for a fourth place finish at the strongest man on earth. But that's still pretty good, especially considering the Achilles and just listening to him talk 6 weeks out of this thing. Every time he's like, yeah, I'm shooting for the top 10, hoping I can do well. I think Trey Mitchell has had a good performance and a good event. So hope he's proud of himself. I'm proud of him. Lucas Hatton, proud of you too. He talked a lot of smack. I mean, Lucas Hatton talked a tremendous amount of smack for a guy that most people had never heard of coming into this week. People have heard of him now. And he's got a strongest man on earth podium finish under his belt now. So people will be on the lookout for him in the future. If they weren't now, they will be in the future. All right. So the last two fellas to go in the last event, and we're going to sit here and enjoy it, even though really, I guess it doesn't matter that much considering you just can't see Mitch finishing in the bottom four. You just can't see it. Maybe twist an ankle, trip and fall. But for the final thing, I think I can probably go ahead and put that up without any kind of copyright infringement because you're allowed to make comments on things. And we haven't covered the event. If you haven't bought the stream yet, you're probably not going to buy the stream. So I think I am going to put the battle between Thor and Hooper up here if I can get it done real quick. And I don't know that I can get it done, but we're going to try. We're going to try here. We're going to watch this here and use the copyright rules of commentary. So we'll do this here. It's the final run of the final event. Not even covering the event, just the final run. The outcome's already decided. We know who's first, second, and third place at the strongest man on earth. So I think this is more than fine. Hopefully. So here we go, guys. Are you ready? Past versus present and future. Here we go. Hooper's gets the first finger faster than Thor. Hooper is on to the power stairs. Thor is on to the power stairs. Hooper's on the third step. Hooper's on the fourth step. Hooper stumbles, giving Thor a chance to catch up. Thor takes the lead. They said, "Hey, Mitchell, that's not on the platform. Get it up there, homie." Thor wins the event, or at least the battle here. So there we go. That is the decision. There is your first and second place gentlemen of the 2024 Strongest Man on Earth. No screenshots for those guys because I let you guys watch it live. So, all right. So, guys, it's all over, but handing out the trophies and all of that stuff. I assume you guys aren't going to stick around for the award ceremony and stuff, but maybe I'm wrong. I'm probably going to stick around and watch it because, again, I'm a real strongman nerd. Are you guys gonna hang around here to watch that stuff? Do you care about that? If so, I'll keep the stream going. If not, I'll turn the stream off and just watch it myself here locally because I can't get enough.
It's crazy. It's crazy. I mean, 2022, I got an invite to World's Strongest Man that I probably didn't deserve, but I played great politics. And I thought, I'm going to do that show. I'll compete for a couple of years and then continue on. I never thought I could do any of this. To go up against Thor, to win every major strongman title, it's going to take a while to digest.
Well, I know the crowd enjoyed all these performances, but you said your life really changed when you had your little baby girl. So what's it like? I know your wife and your daughter have to be watching. You've given her so much credit letting you come out here and get to play with all the gentlemen giants. But what's it mean? What's it mean knowing that you're doing this for your family?
Well, I always say, when Peyton watches back, I hope she's more proud of who I am, how I behave, how I treat people, than winning a competition. And with all of that, you know, this is the hardest competition in the world, and it's not close. When you guys see the strongest men in the world fail at maximum effort, it's absolutely insane. It's like the Olympics. You want some average person to come out and just get folded in half by the squat to learn how heavy it actually is. And I mean, hats off to Brian and Kerry for everything that they're doing. And it's not a secret that this is the second highest paying show in its 4th year. And that's because of all of you guys, facilitated by Brian and Kerry, which is really driving the sport forward for all of us to really have great lives. You know, you might not know this, but a lot of guys, they'll go back to their plumbing job, their HVAC job. You imagine how much further the sport's going to grow because of people like them providing opportunities like this. When those guys can come hit this full time, and you guys will see some incredible performances for years to come.
Well, last thing, I know this just happened, but buddy, I don't know that any strongman in his history has had a run like you've had in those final 2 years. You're going head to head with one of the greats in Thor. You've battled Brian Shaw as well. Where in the history of the sport, man, what's it like knowing that your name is now being established as one of the all-time greats?
Well, first of all, I would reject the notion right now. I think there are ways to go. But I'm more concerned about waking up from some coma when I got in an accident 3 years ago, and I've been dreaming of all this. So I'm just soaking in the dream as long as it lasts.
Ladies and gentlemen, your new strongest man on earth, Mitchell. Woo!
All right. So again, I'll be sticking around for the award ceremony too. We'll see. I'll probably stick that up there, maybe. We'll see. I think, but actually, no, I won't be doing that because I deleted the video because I'm a dummy. I already deleted the share and I don't feel like dragging it up there again. But anyway. Good stuff. Good stuff. Now some words from Brian.
This competition, draw out these performances with some of the greatest athletes, one of the great fields we've seen in a strongman competition.
Well, you know, I said in this, it's not about me. It definitely is not about me. It's not about, you know, Kerry and I. We do work incredibly hard, and it's so
amazing to be able to set the stage for these guys to do what they do, for the fans to come and have a great experience. And that's really and truly what it's all about. And there's some special moments I'm certainly going to take in from this weekend, from this contest. And it's been amazing. It's been a whirlwind. I'm not going to lie about that, but we get pushed just about to the breaking point, maybe even a little bit beyond that to make this happen. But seeing all these amazing people in the audience, and knowing people are tuning in from all around the world, getting to interact with all these guys, and know that this contest is for the athletes, it's for the fans, and we're continuing to raise the bar. It's special, very, very special.
Well, you're not just raising that, you raised the prize money. As Mitch said, because you're a strongman, because you guys have been a part of this community, you take care of these athletes like few other shows do. We know this continues to grow. I know you just finished. We haven't even really wrapped, but this show has grown every year. So is it going to get bigger next year, Carrie?
Do I have an option? Absolutely. I just want to say that the guys back there that right now, they are tired, they're sore, everything, and they just are happy. And at the end of the day, that's why we do it.
Well, Carrie, we know you're emotional, and Brian, we've talked about you've been emotional all weekend. Last year you retired, and now officially your last title that you held has been passed on. As you look at your career and finally put that period on it and move on to the next steps, what's going through your mind, big guy?
Well, I said this was going to be bittersweet, and it definitely was. And being out here and feeling this energy, it's never not. I'm never not gonna feel that way, right? As an athlete, I mean, you spend nearly 2 decades doing something at the top level. It's tough to walk away. But I'm still very happy I called my shot. I said I wanted to go out when I was still fully capable, and that's not something that I regret. I don't regret it. And I mean, yeah, would I love to be in the middle of this battle and standing up there? Of course I would, right? But my body's good. I'm good. I walked away when I wanted to walk away, and the sport training took time away from my family to a certain extent, and now this contest has taken time away from my family. So I don't know that I feel retired at all, because I still had to do a lot of testing, and I mean, you guys saw some of the videos of testing the equipment. I mean, like I said, I think I made a comment, like, I feel like part of my soul literally was in these events, like, and making sure these were right for these guys. So it's a big part of this event. And that's
when I turn, it looked like I'm watching it here.
Sweet, I mean, but that moment last year, like me standing up there and addressing this crowd,
probably not.
That'll live forever for sure. Absolutely.
Brian and Carrie Shaw, ladies and gentlemen. And now I believe we are going right into the awards.
Well, let's take a look at the overall standings as we get ready for the awards ceremonies. What a great event and what a great finish. Mitchell Hooper ends up with 117 points. He gets to win. Hafthor Bjornsson of Iceland finishes in second place. And third place, with that performance, Lucas Hatton, he holds on for third, 83 points. Trey Mitchell, Austin Andrade, Evan Singleton, Tom Stoltman, Bobby Thompson, all put up great efforts, guys. Go all the way down the list. Alexei Novikov battling some injuries. Pavlo Kordiaka was a great show. Ivers, Elder Statesman.
The most important thing out of these results is that I do not owe Simon Dean an orange juice. That's the most important fact of the weekend. Simon Dean said that Ivars was going to finish 7th. I said he's not finishing in the top half. And if he does, I'll buy you an orange juice. So that's the most important piece of the weekend, is that I do not owe Simon Dean a beverage. I think we can all agree on that. So Mitchell beat Thor through the fingers, and then Thor beat Mitchell on the power stairs. So Mitchell bobbled on the 550, then had to put it up there again. Then they said, hey, it's not all the way up there. So after he hopped down, he had to hop back up and move it again. Then he raced down to the 600. Thor had, I think, a one-step lead at that time, but he wound up beating Mitchell by more than that one step. He beat Mitchell comfortably. So even without the bobble, even without the replacement, looks like Half Thor was going to beat Mitchell in the heads-up battle at the end. But then he waited for Mitchell up to win or to get up to the top because he knew he was going to have the overall lead, and he waited to hold his hand in the air, much like Mitchell did for Brian Shaw last year. And so, second place guy again waiting for the winner to hold their hand up there, and it's good to see. It's good to see. Last year, Mitchell waited at the top for Brian. Now, he didn't finish it. He did just enough to secure his second place finish to make sure no one was going to take him out of that. And then he went to the top to cheer Brian on and waited for the event winner to raise their hand. And this year, the same was done for him. Second place winner of the Strongest Man on Earth waited to cheer on the overall leader and raised his hand in the air. So the 2023 and 2024 events ended similarly, with Brian sort of passing the torch to Mitchell last year, and Mitchell saying, here, you can have the torch back. This is your time, big fella. Everybody's here to see you. And then this year, Thor coming back, showing everybody, hey, I am back, and you'd better be paying attention. Everybody's talking like the next couple years is all going to be about Tom Stoltman versus Mitchell Hooper. And Thor said, there's another guy who used to do pretty well at this stuff that you might want to pay attention to and worry about. And coming back off the pec tear, pretty good entry back to the world of professional strongman. Come out there to the heaviest of the heaviest of the heaviest of the heaviest events, challenge the whole way through, win multiple events, and be standing in the silver place position on the podium. He's probably going to continue to improve. I don't think we've seen Thor at his best yet. So, will he tackle Mitch soon? Will it push Mitchell to go to even bigger heights? Because he hasn't really felt challenged lately. I don't know. As someone who loves this sport, I think this is kind of exciting, guys. I think this is a really exciting time in the sport of strongman. What say you guys? What say you guys? I mean, I don't know how many we still have here. It's the most diehard who are left. Still 271. I'm proud of you guys. Still got 200 plus of you guys waiting around here. I'm proud of you guys. I figured most of you guys, all but like maybe 30 of you, would have taken off after the events were over. But you guys sticking around, 200 plus of you sticking around to see people get their trophies and get their flowers. So I'm proud of you guys. You guys make me proud to be a fan of Strongman and proud to host these events. Or these streams. So. And I think Evan deserves a lot of credit here. After some calls that went against him, and I actually think potentially raw deal calls, I said it after the way the first couple events went and the day one. I didn't think he was going to be able to battle back and stay in the top half. Instead, he had a better day too, and battle. So Mr. Emotional, Mr. Getting his own way, he actually seems to, in the last year plus, several competitions now where yeah, he gets hurt and comes out. Evan is a bit injury prone, but outside of that, he seems to be much more on top of his mental game now, and he seems to have mellowed out a lot. Um, he's always going to be Evan Singleton. He's always going to be Evan Singleton, but he seems to be a more subdued version. It seems that work with the sports psychologist seems to have helped. He's just doing a lot better, and the fact that he could battle back for that top 5 after what he went through there is pretty impressive. So, hats off to Evan Singleton. Good job, T-Rex. And yes, you hear me complimenting Evan Singleton, and I've done it a couple times in the past, in the recent past. So, there you go. Good job, Evan Singleton. The strongest nerds on earth. Half Thor. The Mountain. Can I give you guys a silent confession? And it's going to be a silent confession that's out loud because otherwise I couldn't really give it to you. So I like me some Thor. I love me some Strongman. I've never seen an episode of Game of Thrones. True story. Probably, half the people or more who know who half Thor Bjornsson is, they don't know him from Strongman. They know him from the Game of Thrones. I've never seen a single episode of Game of Thrones. So, I've heard of the Mountain, but I just know him as half Thor Bjornsson, the Strongman. Oh, I guess they're not going to be standing on that little podium. Oh, they are. It's just kind of low. And they're already up there. I didn't think they'd give them the trophies until everybody was in their position. So now Mitchell Hooper has officially won all 4 of the major shows in the sport of strongman. World's Strongest Man, the Arnold Strongman Classic, the Rogue Invitational, and the Strongest Man on Earth.
It's 24. Get your photos out, ladies and gentlemen. What a podium it is. What an event it was.
All right, guys. I'm going to turn that off now out of respect for Brian and Carrie. So, boom, boom, boom. That goes by. Anything you guys want to talk about before I shut this down, or not? If there's anything you want to talk about, let me know. I guess I should do the results, but we can already see that Yes is the runaway winner with 92% of people responding saying, yeah, they're pretty excited about the sport of strongman for the next few years. I didn't really want anyone to win. I didn't care. At this point, it sounds cliche. Everybody knows, but I mean it. I just want to see good competition, and I want to see the guys stay safe. That's always what I want. Now, my prediction was that Mitchell Hooper was going to win. I thought Tom Stoltman. Originally, all leading up to this event, I thought it was going to be Hooper, Thor, Tom Stoltman. And then on day one of the competition, I flip-flop on Stoltman and Thor. And I said, Tom will finish second and Thor will finish third. Well, you should have stuck with Thor in second place because that's where he finished. And Mr. Tom Stoltman, wow, where is he? Right? Again, we talked about it earlier. Who would have thought that the Stones would knock Tom Stoltman off the podium? He went from second to seventh place in one event, and it was the Stones that did that to him. The Stones knocked Tom Stoltman off the podium, and he never recovered after that. Never looked good after that, really. So, incredible stuff. I don't know what the Vegas odds were, but if you made a bet that Tom Stoltman would get 0 points in the Manhood Stones, you probably made a lot of money yesterday. I don't know what the over-under on that or what that was paying out, but since they'll bet and gamble on anything, I'm assuming a $100 bet on Tom Stoltman getting 0 points in the Manhood Stones was worth a lot of money. All right, guys. Well, I enjoyed this. Hope you guys did as well. I'm going to get off here, go eat some dinner, and I'll see you guys soon.